Salute, everybody. The streets are buzzing. The New York Knicks pulled off a win against the LA Clippers at home. We're going to keep the streets buzzing. This is the chat show. Welcome, where we keep it real. We shout you out. This is your show. We keep the streets buzzing. Just healthy Knicks talk. And the chat's already popping. Salute, Geraldine. Salute, Jarvis. Hope you're well. Allah wise. Peace. And big task. Let's get it. Salute, Will. How are you? Be civilized. And plenty to talk about. You see the ticker. The New York Knicks, like Will says, good game to restart some momentum, hopefully. And we saw another incredible performance from RJ Barrett. He is certainly on the rise this season and stepping up as a true leader of this organization. We saw Kemba Walker obviously not able to go. It was a late scratch, so we're going to talk about that. Of course, it's a back-to-back. The New York Knicks flew into Cleveland this morning. And of course, it's going to be tough against a much improved Eastern Conference team. We're going to talk about Cam Reddish's debut in the orange and blue, and get your thoughts about that. What you thought about that. The potential logjam with this rotation now as the trade deadline looms large. And of course, the New York Knicks have some decisions to make. So there's plenty to chop it up. And I've got the best chat in the business with me. This is the chat show. I'll shout out all your comments and just healthy Knicks talk. And exactly. Be civilized. Kemba out of the lineup. We're starting to see a trend. No doubt about it. I think Tom Thibodeau, prefers a bigger lineup. Let's be honest, right? He prefers Kemba Walker out. I got a feeling with that. Alec Burks, able to switch defensively. Salute Canal. Salute fam. Salute Divine. Knicks Real Talk. Great show earlier today. Great post-game, pre-game, chopping that thing up with Shah. And like and subscribe. Knicks Real Talk in here. The New York Knicks bounced back. Much needed. Of course, we faced 4 winnable opposition against, in the Garden. And the New York Knicks lost the first 3 and wasn't looking good at all. Wasn't looking good, but we bounced back tonight against the depleted LA Clippers. And, the game was in control. It wasn't, I'm not going to say it was an emphatic win, but the New York Knicks did lead, all throughout the game. As I just pull up the box score, and like Big Task says, RJ Barrett has officially taken over. It's definitely looking that way. If you didn't already, it's very, very, very close. And you see RJ Barrett's numbers. He actually led the team in assists. Let that sink in the words of my man, Ron Cleveland. Julius Randle was a close behind, 5 assists. But if you look at the wire-to-wire, the New York Knicks got out of the gate on fire, 39 points out of the gate. Lost the second quarter narrowly, but 27 points was a good quarter overall. No letdown in the third, which was beautiful to see. Finally, the New York Knicks came out after halftime and just did what they needed to do, and narrowly lost the last quarter. But we're in control. We're in control, you could say, most of the night. Looked a little shaky towards the end. Did their best to let LA back into it. But overall, Julius Randle and RJ Barrett stepped up today. Finally, both of those two leaders stepped up for this team at the same time on the same night. And I've got to salute both of them. Played heavy minutes, played their tail off. And let's get to some of these comments. Geraldine says that's not true about Kemba. Peace, Sherwin. And Canal, spot on there. Let's hope. Mitchell Robinson, he did post on social media that it's just a tweak. I think just a tweak for Mitch, and I think he'll be back. He plays through some pain, is Mitch, and I think he might miss a game or two, but it didn't look anything too serious. Let's hope. And Sherwin, my Knicks are not going to the playoff. I want to see the young players, Grimes, McBride, and Cam as well. Cam Reddish stepped up finally. Didn't play many minutes tonight, ladies and gents. What did you think overall? Throw your thoughts out there. Obviously, first performance, Tom Thibodeau was, never going to play him heavy minutes tonight. But Cam Reddish flashed a nice move or two, in the 5 minutes that he got. It was more of tonight was just getting his feet wet, I think. Look for Cam Reddish to play a little bit more tomorrow, in my opinion. I think Cam Reddish will probably play, 10 minutes or more tomorrow night. I think tonight was just getting him acclimated, getting him, across some of the rotations and easing him in. But, he did look nice. 2 rebounds, in the 5 minutes. It was a positive 1 and 2 points as well. But, we're going to talk more about Cam Reddish and looking ahead. And salute Jarvis, salute family, and Juju92, welcome to the chat show. After the New York Knicks bounced back, the story is we bounced back, we got a much needed win, and the New York Knicks are 1 game under 500, facing a critical game now in Cleveland as well. We're going to look ahead to that game, and the New York Knicks, obviously we're trying to get continuity right now as it stands. We're trying to integrate some new pieces. The trade deadline's looming. It's an incredibly funky part of the season, I got to say right now. We don't know who's staying, who's going, new players coming in, but that's why we got you guys here to to make sense of it all. Help me make sense of it all. And salute Geraldine. Salute. And I agree with you, but Tibbs is stubborn. He's going to play his vets as well. Let's see. And Nick Yak, salute. Sure, on every team is struggling. 1 game difference from last year this time as well. Great point, Nick Yak. We can at least make the play-in as well. Absolutely. And look, whether we make the playoffs or we don't, my belief is that this won't be a lost season. One way or the other, the New York Knicks are going to find some pieces out of this. They're going to learn. Let's see, obviously we're probably not going to meet the expectations that I and myself and a lot of fans had, which was to hopefully make a 5th or 4th, 3rd seed. Might surprise us if they pull out a blockbuster move. But the main thing is that the New York Knicks continue to take steps forward as an organization, to grow in the right direction, right? And some critical decisions are going to have to be made. Sherwin, I've been a fan of Cam since he was 12, when he scored 28 points against my 12-year-old AAU team. He destroyed my son, who was a top 100 player for his age. That's respect right there. Appreciate that, Jewel. And salute Fabian, salute. Good win tonight. And of course, we need to back it up. The New York Knicks, how sweet it would be to win both back-to-back on the road. Canal, I want Cam to do more creating for others. He did that in high school as well. Facts with that, Canal. Good points. Cam is a grew up as a point guard. Big Cam Reddish, he's no stranger to handling the rock. He's got sound handles. He's got good court vision as well, like Sherwin's alluded to from a young age. The Knicks will not make a play-in as they are not as talented as many of the other teams as well. Wouldn't be surprised, Sherwin, at all as well. It's a stacked East. But you know what? The future's unwritten. As long as Tom Thibodeau, has that belief in his body in the New York Knicks, they're going to go for it. Canal, Sherwin, wasn't he more of a playmaker back then as well? And P, nice, salute. How are you? All over the place, you guys, and keeping the streets buzzing. Appreciate, all New York Knicks platforms are better off with all you guys and ladies out here, keeping things interesting as well. So in terms of the box score, getting back to the performance, LA Clippers can never take them lightly, but they are depleted. Let's be honest. The New York Knicks handled their business tonight. To me, it wasn't a really feel good, emphatic win. 8 points. We got a little bit lazy towards the end, but the beautiful, beautiful thing tonight was that RJ Barrett again took another step forward in his growth. 14 rebounds, absolute monster numbers. Only 3 fouls. Did it all, both ends of the floor. Got a block, 6 assists, led the team in assists as well. Or equal to Manuel quickly. Equal to Manuel's numbers, but with a team without a floor general, RJ Barrett stepping up to be that two-way guy now. Just a complete player, both sides of the floor, defends, and 43 in heavy minutes as well. So we're witnessing something right before our very eyes. The future of this franchise, continuing to grow, with this organization. A lot's been said about this organization and can they put players in positions to succeed. Well, at the moment, RJ Barrett's, somewhat of some proof that, some talented players in this organization can blossom, can rise and bloom in this environment, in the Mecca, right? In the toughest environment in the world to play in. RJ Barrett been fronting the media like a leader that he is, a young leader. He's been stepping up big time, handling the hard questions from all our favorite beat writers. And, of course, he's been delivering on the court, which is the most important thing as well. Canal, I don't mind getting in the lottery, either to get lucky and to get in the top 3 or just to use it as a trade chip as well. Hey, I appreciate that, Canal. And like I said, either way, the New York Knicks can turn lemons into lemonade. You're right. If we don't make something of this season in terms of playoff push, then there'll be some jewels also waiting for the Knicks and some flexibility. Nick Yak, if we tank and end up 8th worst record to get an extra ping pong ball, it's not worth losing the team over. And Sherwin, Nick Yak, I think we will be a 7th worst record in the NBA. I salute Bonson, salute, great win. RJ's taking the mantle as a leader on this team. It was brief, but I like how Cam, Obi, Grimes, Mitch, and IQ looked on the floor as well. Great point. Young, the future of this team before our very eyes as well, and giving opportunities to grow as well. Quentin Grimes as well. I couldn't leave him out. Another young player that's been a huge positive this season, getting opportunities. Quentin Grimes, 20 minutes tonight. Had an awful shooting night, but that's unlike him. He'll bounce back. For him to be able to put up regular shots now, and he's in a groove, and he does have somewhat of a green light now, which is great to see. Quentin Grimes, he's out there for his shooting, and Tibbs is letting him shoot when he's open. Put up 10 tonight, 2 of 10, and I was 2 of 6 from 6 points. But Quentin Grimes is going to earn his minutes. No matter how many minutes he plays, he's going to earn them. And I think that's why he gets on the floor. And Canal, we are not tanking. Our team sucks. So-called best player is a cancer, and our coach is worse. Nick Yat, that's probably still one extra ball as well. And Sherwin says, our schedule from now is on its hardest in the NBA, not Milwaukee. Yeah, the New York Knicks do have a tough schedule, ladies and gentlemen, as well. It's going to be difficult, but at the end of the day, if the New York Knicks get anywhere this season, they're going to have earned it. Definitely wholeheartedly earned what they get, because the schedule is going to get super, super tough. It really is. And that's what's going to be interesting, right? The front office has got to make their decisions on where they see this thing headed. They know the writing's on the wall in terms of the schedule getting tough, and the flaws on this roster. It's all in front of our eyes. We know the flaws on this roster. The front office knows it as well. So they're going to make the decision. Do they take a step back to take 2 steps forward in the future? Or are they going to listen to Tom Thibodeau? Are they going to identify a particular target that they feel like is going to help them get into the playoffs this season? I think both are on the table. I don't think they've made a decision yet. And we are hearing, multiple people saying there are many, many cooks in the kitchen in terms of this front office, several decision makers that don't all exactly see the same eye to eye as well. Not saying they disagree all the time, but there generally isn't consensus in this New York Knicks front office, right? So Tom Thibodeau, Leon Rose, Scott Perry, Worldwide West, Brock Allah, they all have a voice, right? And at the end of the day, they're out there making a lot of decisions. And one of them is what Sherwin's alluding to, Mitchell Robinson's been playing incredibly well. Unfortunately, when Mitch starts to play, a really consistent stretch, he suffers a minor setback. This time he'll be out for probably not too long. Sherwin, guys, Mitch looked like, he tweeted he's okay. Probably going to be a game or two. Maybe they go extra cautious with that. But Nerlens Noel is back on this team. So Nerlens Noel back in the fold. of course, tonight played 26 minutes, was effective offensively. Let that sink in. Nerlens Noel was 4 or 5, a couple little pull shots towards the bucket, 3 offensive rebounds. I believe a couple were a tip back, 7 rebounds overall, 3 steals. So salute to Nerlens Noel tonight in his 26 minutes. When he does stay healthy, he can contribute 8 points tonight. Unlikely hero on the offensive end, but he's going to fill in. He's going to help us out admirably. When Mitch is out as well. Salute, Canal. Appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying this content as we continue to roll through this season. A lot more fun and enjoyable moments to come. We all share this together. And Nick Yak, let's play the schedule and try making play in. If we make it with this schedule, who would we be afraid of as well? Good points. And like I said, the future's unwritten. You can't always just mail things in thinking, oh, it's hopeless. It's, you wouldn't be in sports. You wouldn't be an athlete if you didn't back yourself, if you didn't believe in yourself. Every fan's entitled to call it like they see it because, we do observe from afar. But just know that players, coaches, everybody involved, front offices, they have egos. They back themselves, right? They could be backs against the wall, but they're still going to try to they're going to have the confidence that they're going to be able to turn things around. And Canal says, get rid of Perry. His players are trash. And he's counting down the days for Tibbs, 2 more years as well. And salute, Robert, salute. Good win tonight. The New York Knicks face Cleveland in the morning as they've headed to Cleveland. And the New York Knicks, obviously, it's a tough game, especially playing them on a back-to-back. But Cam Reddish was another big story tonight, and Kemba Walker not playing, right? Let's start with getting your thoughts. Where do you sit now with Kemba Walker and his future with this team, right? Tell me what you think of Kemba Walker, the inconsistency in terms of his health, the inconsistency in getting contribution from him. Kemba Walker is polarizing quite yet, in terms of his play, not to do with his character, his legacy, his past achievements, but the current Kemba Walker that we see right now. Nick Yak, Mavericks don't have much money to match restricted agent Brunson for 8 to 10 million to go alongside Deuce McBride as well. That's a big target. Nick Yak, the New York Knicks are looking for that point guard, and I think they're definitely kicking the tires. Ian Begley reported that the New York Knicks have spoken to the Mavericks in the past. He's unsure as to how recently. They've probably touched base again. But yeah, he is definitely a target out there. Salute Sharp Powers. Salute. Great show tonight. Nick's Real Talk. Like and subscribe. Great breakdowns. Solid chat. And P Nice, absolutely Cam fan. I'm on that train as well. Cam Reddish. It's great to see another young, talented guy in here and a player with untapped potential right now, alongside his buddy RJ Barrett and young Rowan Barrett. Salute Drew. Let's go. Stepping up as a leader is Rowan Barrett, right? The 5th player in jersey sales as well. That's beautiful to see. I loved his reaction when he found out, in the press conference. RJ Barrett, he's a popular player. He's only 21 years old. Need we remind you all again? He's 21. There's going to be a day when he's not 21 anymore, and people can't say he's 21 anymore. But for right now, he's still 21, and he's growing before our eyes. Big task. Kemba should be back out of the rotation. Nothing personal. Hey, I agree with you. You guys know my take with that one. Let's get Kemba Walker another home. It just hasn't worked out here. It's a trend now. Let's be honest. It's not the New York Knicks doing him dirty. It's not none of these false narratives. The Boston Celtics threw him away in a trade for barely spare parts. The OKC Thunder bought him out. This ain't the New York Knicks doing Kemba dirty at all. This is the 3rd team almost ready to give up on him, right? That's a trend, if you ask me. Is that not a trend? And appreciate this. Appreciate it all. D cool, salute. Bonson, things don't look good as far as the upcoming schedule. But this team has beaten some very good teams this season. We may be able to pull off a few wins no one is expecting. And great show as usual. I appreciate you as always. And great comment. I completely agree with all of that. That's why we play the games. We can look at the schedule. We can play odds makers. We could listen to what Vegas is saying. We all know how sports go. But the great thing about sports is that the future's unwritten, right? The New York Knicks could pull off a huge trade. The New York Knicks, other teams could pull off some huge injuries, right? We're seeing, the Chicago Bulls go down like flies. Alex Caruso now out. Speedy recovery to Alex Caruso, AC fresh. But the New York Knicks stay healthy. Anything's possible, right? Julius Randle, RJ Barrett something just clicks one day, and they get back to winning ways. Let's see. But I do think what's realistic is that the New York Knicks can hover around 500. I think that's what they should be looking to do. And then hopefully they can get on a quick run. And Nick Yak, I want Tibbs out to maybe if we don't make the playoffs, but we still want team in the playoffs as well. Yeah, I understand that people are torn. Geraldine, with Kemba, is it him telling Tibbs he can't play, or is it Tibbs? Good question. I think it's a bit of, if I had to say, I'd have to say it's probably Tibbs, to be honest with you. I think Kemba would go. I think Kemba would risk it. I think maybe the New York Knicks are trying to play it safe in hopes for a trade. And Shah says this new gel of our starters, I hope we can move Kemba to the bench or move him to another team as well. Yeah, I agree, Shah, with that. And Roberts, Canada has a Raptor fan gear on one half of the stores and RJ jerseys on the other side. I appreciate that. Canada's own, they own him. They celebrate him. He deserves to be celebrated. He's a true gentleman. RJ Barrett is learning the ways right before our eyes, in the toughest market, through ups and through downs. And salute Jarvis. I hope we can clear this logjam of players and have more of a solid and cohesive rotation. Me too. I'm on that train, Jarvis. There is a logjam. I think it's going to clear out soon and sooner than later. I think we're just going to have to rough it out for another week or two before things make more sense. I think an injury is going to make things a little bit easier, or there's going to be another trade. So stay tuned. This logjam is not going to stay for too much longer, I feel. The front office knows what's happening. Tom Thibodeau has been sending subliminal messages as well. If you've been paying attention, the Cam Reddish acquisition, there was a lot of subliminal messages saying, how is he going to be able to use him? And not sure. And the Knicks must trade Noel, Fournier, Kemba, and another contract for Wall or Russell Westbrook. I like Wall more as he is more of a pass-first point guard. Yep, you've been consistent on the Wall train, another vet guard. And I think Tom Thibodeau would be on the same mindset. Sherwin, I think he definitely wants another vet here. I think it may be out of Brunson, possibly John Wall if they want to go that route. Trade some assets, some salaries, possibly a bigger move, a De'Aaron Fox, if that can happen in a three-way. And Geraldine, we're not going to win anything with Tibbs as the coach as well. Geraldine's also been very consistent. Who do you want to see here, Geraldine? A more younger developmental coach? Let us know. And Walker, Rokas, and 2 seconds for Brunson, and that power forward. They have forgotten his name, but makes 8.9 mil next year and sucks as well. And Canal might be a team option too. And Drew's asking, why did Reddish only get 5 minutes? I think, he's just easing Reddish in. Came off the ankle injury, new team environment, Drew, learning the playbooks, all of those things, and the logjam. I think, Tom Thibodeau doesn't want to just ruffle feathers instantly. In terms of what I mean by that is, Quentin Grimes has earned his minutes. Evan Fournier is earning the big dollars. It'd be a difficult decision to displace those guys straight away. But it's up to Cam Reddish to continue to prove in practice, continue to impress, and grow on this front office and this coach. And I think his minutes will come. But he did nice in the 5 minutes as well. I'm looking forward to seeing him play more tomorrow. And Sean, I don't think this is going to be going anywhere near 500. I see the Knicks going 32-50 as well. So he sees a spiraling out of, down the table. And salute Quiet Money. Great performance tonight from RJ Barrett, Julius Randle. We're talking about Kemba Walker, Cam Reddish. And Sherwin doesn't want any part of Jalen Brunson. He's a bench player. And Drew would like to see Kenny Atkinson up in here. A lot of fans wanted Kenny to get a shot. Maybe Mike Miller as well, a developmental guy. And Nick says, you want Westbrook for 2 years, making Nair and Max money over wanting for Brunson. Well, and Geraldine also wants to look at what Sherwin's looking at. If I'm wrong, and we're not making the playoffs as well. Shah Legacy, salute, all over the place. This is the best chat in the business, keeping things buzzing. And Johnny, next man up, Johnny Bryant, Geraldine would like to see in here. He's already in the system. A lot of players think very, very highly of Johnny Bryant. And I think his chance will come, Geraldine, in the NBA. Johnny Bryant is a future coach in waiting, future head coach in waiting. And I just think it's a matter of time. I don't know where it'll be, but it's a chance it could be here. He could be Tibbs' successor for sure. And Canal, as much as I would like Tom Gorn, we can't keep firing coaches. Just wait out the next two and then get Johnny ready as well. Hey, great take, Canal, on that one. I don't think James Dolan is going to want to pay another coach, right? He's still paying Phil, I think. I think he's still paying Phil, and he's still paying Fizdale as well. And salute to Jarvis from Quiet. Hope he's feeling better. All this love up in here, and Sherwin, Nick Yak, all those players have 2 to 3 years on their contract. We're just getting rid of bad contracts for a player that can help the team more as well. Makes a lot of sense, definitely. And I'm not against moving those spare parts as well, if it can get us the right asset. John Wall, I'm sort of not really that high on, but I see your thinking in terms of getting out of Fournier's money, getting out of Noel's money as well, and Kemba's. And Drew says Mike Miller low key ruined the tank. He did. If you're looking from the tank perspective, Drew, definitely. Mike Miller coached his A off and got the best out of that squad as well, and they responded to Mike. That's why he's continuing to get jobs. He's continuing to get jobs around the league. And Nick Yak showing you don't think we can win 10 more games at all. And Shah Powers, Reddish will get more minutes in the next 5 games. I agree. I think the minutes will increase. That will put pressure on Evan time here as well. Great take, Shah Powers, like always. Cam Reddish is just settling in. Give the man time. First game in. Tonight wasn't anything against Tibbs, I don't believe. He was doing what he, needed to do. He can't just displace, Quentin Grimes or some of these other guys that have been here all season long. It doesn't work that way. You lose the locker room. You lose the locker room that way. So that is why, ladies and gentlemen, why I said when Tom Thibodeau gave his first press conference when the Knicks acquired Cam Reddish, you'll see what he was saying, subliminal messages saying, what can I do with Cam Reddish? Where can he fit? The front office gave me this guy. What am I supposed to do now? Right. So he's sending messages to the front office to say, clear this log jam for me, please. Clear this log jam for me right now. And Kemba Walker's sitting out, you could read into the tea leaves right now. There's talk he'll play tomorrow, against Cleveland. And let's see. But, either way, there's going to be a move, right? There's going to be a move because the front office had an idea. When they traded for Cam Reddish, there was an idea that someone else would go out, one incoming and one outgoing or more as well. So I agree. And Nick Yak, most of the 2-year contracts, just like Westbrook, we wouldn't want to keep. Why do they rather play McBride and see what we have? We could definitely look to within Nick Yak as well, and look deep within in terms of our young players. I'm okay with that as well. We've kicked the vet tire for a very, very long time. We have Burks, we have Quickly, we have RJ, and maybe make a swing for a younger guard like Brunson, and I'm okay with that. I don't want any part of Russell Westbrook, in here, and where he's at in his career right now. But I do wish, we had a Drew Holiday, big task, absolutely, absolutely. And Geraldine, says we should have kept Mike Miller. I think Mike Miller was, somewhat hard done by, but Leon Rose is the president, and he got his guy. And I don't think I could take 2 more years of Tibbs. Definitely, he's polarizing right now. When you bring in a coach to win games right now, and we're not winning, it does. Yeah, I understand. It makes fans question what the heck's going on. But at the end of the day, you got to understand the roster's not, what Tibbs needs to win right now. He needs more vets. He needs more help right now. If he's the guy they want to keep, to try and win. And Sherwin affirms, we can't win 10 more games with this roster. Check the schedule and tell me where you see 10 more wins as well. We'll continue this dialogue. We'll chop it up game after game. The New York Knicks do have a chance against Cleveland. It's going to be tough. Let's see what they're made of. Let's see if RJ Barrett continues to step up and carry this team, and Julius as well. And Khalid, salute. Tibbs is not playing no rookie point guard. Stop it. We don't have the coach to be playing rookies big minutes. We need to trade for a lead floor general point guard as well. That's definitely true. Can't disagree with that as well. If you are rocking with Tibbs, we need better players. This roster has a lot of flaws right now, and it's on the front office right now to get on the same page with Tibbs. And Sherwin says McBride needs to learn from a vet. He needs to learn from a vet as well. That he does. And I'm okay with McBride spending most of this season in the G League. I don't think that's going to hold back his future or his development in any way. I think, it's going to continue to give him confidence, putting up 16 points, 16 assists in the G League, and then occasionally bringing him up, sending him back down regularly. I think that's still going to be great for his development. McBride is not ready to be a regular contributor rotation player yet on a winning team. He's still got ways to learn, but I'm very high on McBride. And it's all love here. Quiet money to his bro Jarvis. Facts. You guys are saluting each other and showing Tibbs is one of the top 5 coaches in the NBA. And he won the coach of the year last season. He won coach of the year. And Sean says, can we check the schedule and honestly vote L or W? Yeah, we certainly can. I thought about doing those kind of shows, but, I lean towards not wanting to do that, Sean, in terms of just see how the games play out. We can all make our own, estimation as whether the Knicks have a chance. It's been too much of a roller coaster season to even sit here and predict what the New York Knicks can do. If anything, we need to wait 2 more weeks to see what this roster may look like, right? That is the first and foremost, the most pressing event to happen right now in terms of Cam Reddish clearing the logjam and just seeing, getting to the All-Star break. Then we can sort of monitor the run home and then make some more educated, decisions. But I can see how people think a lot of games are very, very tough. And Tibbs top 10 though from Khalid, and a 2-time reigning coach of the year from Drew, and showing he can come off the bench and watch a vet play the point as well. Deuce McBride could definitely come off the bench. I agree. And Khalid, Kerr, Lou, Pop, Spoltra, Monty are top 5s, and argue that as well. Great point. Bonson, love how RJ spoke to the media and tried to change the negative energy around the team. He acknowledged the fans, saying fans show you love. Yeah, when they see you are playing hard, he gets it as well. Fax Bonson, and he's been groomed his whole life. RJ Barrett, his ability to play basketball aside, the mental makeup, the structure, and the foundations RJ Barrett came into this league with an MVP as a godfather, and his father, of course, as well, and his pedigree in the game. RJ Barrett, at 21 years old, is more mature than 30-year-old players. There are 30-year-old players in the NBA that aren't as mature as RJ Barrett. Quiet money. I think we just needed Julius to regroup, ignore the chatter and all the uneducated fans, and shout out to James Dolan for keeping Randall away from the media for a while. He needed that time as well. Great take, quiet money. Whether you agree whether Julius, needed to front the media or not, the New York Knicks, knew it was a sensitive issue, and they gave him some time. Let's hope Julius can continue to let his play on the court do the talking for him, of course, and then he can weather this storm, right? This is New York City, right? Not going to lie, there's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. Every player, every star player that's wore this jersey has been through this. Patrick Ewing wanted to give it up at one point. Carmelo Anthony, there were nights, he did front the media still, but there were nights Carmelo Anthony faced, a barrage from the beat writers and whatnot as well. So at the end of the day, New York City, whether it's the most difficult place to play in, that cannot be disputed, right? There is no other market that's more difficult to play in. And Nick Yak, we have 2 all-star point guards in Kemba and Rose. Don't mind another vet stopgap, but not giving up assets as well. So let's see what Leon Rose and Will West and Brock Aller and Scott can do at the deadline. Khalid, Kemba and Rose got old knees. Can't count on them to lead us anywhere as well. Yep. That's the sensitive topic right now. Ability, best ability is availability. Hence why I think, the story is coming to an end for Kemba Walker. Unfortunately, again, nothing against his, achievements, his person as a character, all of that. But I think if Tibbs is going to stay around, I don't see it working with Kemba Walker right now. Tibbs is much more of a fan of Alec Burks. You can see it. You can see that. And, it's tough to coach a team with pieces in and out of the lineup as well. A lot of, you need continuity to be able, when you're facing storms every single night against these stacked teams. And Geraldine Tibbs may be 2-time coach of the year, but really what has he won when he was the coach and general manager at Mini? He brought in his players, and yet he got fired in his 3rd year with a better roster than what he has right now. Sherwin, posting the next 10 games: Cleveland, Miami, Milwaukee, Memphis, Lakers, Utah, Denver, Golden State, Portland, OKC, and Brooklyn as well. We could see 1 win there as well. And like I said, we could sit here and look at the likeliness of winning and things like that. And we'll always come back and have that different perspective after the games. The facts are, star players on those squads may not suit up, but full strength wise, it's going to be difficult to see some more wins. Salute Allah Wise. Appreciate you up in here in this Wise chat. He hopes Kemba doesn't play tomorrow as well. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I agree. I hope he doesn't play at all, Kemba Walker. We need to buy him out or trade him for, if any team is willing to give up a 2nd round pick, that would be gravy. I would take it in an instant. I'd snatch it and I'd drive Kemba to the airport as well. No knock on Kemba again, the person, the achievements he's had, but he's just not a part of this team's future. And Nick Yak, not counting on them. Sherwin wants a vet teaching, I guess, McBride, who don't play. And Khalid can see us going 2 of 8 in the next 10. It's going to be tough. The New York Knicks obviously need to get some continuity first. It's tough with these players' names through your trade rumors. A new guy in the locker room, Cam Reddish, out here. Guys trying to get more comfortable. I think Evan Fournier's, stabilized his play into a more consistent basis. So Kemba Walker, Evan Fournier is stabilized. And I think that he's, a potential trade target. Evan Fournier, I think they'd love to get out of that contract. And let's see, it's going to be difficult to move the $19 million, but I do think it's going to be in a deal that's obviously a much more larger deal, a team that can take on that salary and, and a bigger name player that the New York Knicks will take back, in terms of that deal, because it's not just that, you look at the positions, you got Cam here, you got Burks, you got RJ, and you got Grimes, right? That is, if you just say, where is the log jam for the New York Knicks? The log jam is on the wing spot right now. We certainly don't have a log jam at the point guard, the backcourt spot. We certainly don't have a log jam in the center spot, really. So the log jam is with the wings. Who's the odd man out? We just brought Cam in here. Quentin Grimes, they refused to trade. RJ Barrett's not getting traded. So, connect the dots. It's either Evan or it's Alec Burks, potentially, who will be popular, in terms of, contenders targeting Alec Burks and what he could bring in terms of a draft asset as well. Tell me, you guys, what do you think about that? And otherwise, more positive note, sees us getting 6 out of the next 10 as well. That's fair. That's close to 500. The New York Knicks, whoever they face, have a chance to win, I think, any night. With guys that play like they did tonight, we absolutely have a chance to win any night. Players have injuries. Anything's unwritten right now. And I think, we beat Milwaukee once already. Miami, I don't think is going to be, it's a tough game, but I don't think that's unwinnable. And of course, tonight, Cleveland, that's going to be tough. But, the New York Knicks get off to a good start. And let's see, play hard defensively, move the ball, play to the strengths, let RJ Barrett handle the rock a little bit more. I love to see the ball taken out of Julius's hands just that little bit more, give him some extra rest, possessions off. And Khalid says we need to swing the trade for Ben Simmons or Fox to lock up our point guard spot for the foreseeable future, 5 years at least. I'm tired of shopping for a stopgap point guard. It don't work as well. Hey, I share that same frustration. We're shopping for the Dollar Tree store for point guards, which seems like for so long. And it's time we found somebody for the future, right? Whether that's somebody we believe in on this current roster, Deuce quickly, someone of that regard, otherwise, let's find that player. Simmons, I wouldn't be against. I'm not as high on Fox, but I'd prefer Brunson. But I'm not against getting Simmons in here either. And Sherwin's given us the schedule after the All-Star break. You see the teams there. It's difficult after the 10. I think, no lie, we have the second hardest schedule, in the run home as well. So it is going to be tough. I do predict the Knicks to make either the play-in or the 8th spot at the highest. It's going to be tough, I think, unless we swing a huge move. But, play-in or playoff experience is still going to be valuable for this team as long as we don't go all in. We're not financially strapped, financially capped in terms of growth. It's okay to make the play-in or 8th spot and flame out. It's still growth. As long as this team is still building with the right pieces, building the right way. And Quiet says, I wouldn't be surprised if Kemba's knee unexpectedly flares up tomorrow. Tibbs don't want to break momentum. Bringing up Kemba back in the lineup. Hey, keep your eye on the pulse, finger on the pulse, everybody. Like Quiet says, something's a little fishy with that situation. Maybe Kemba does play, but like he says, I would not be surprised as well. This is a player they're obviously maybe trying to take some calls about. Kemba Walker, then maybe they've decided he's not part of the future now, and maybe they don't want to risk an injury. And Nick Yak, I think any game Mitch is healthy, we have a chance to win. Today, 16 minutes and 8 points, 8 boards, 4 on the offensive glass. We need Mitch healthy. Absolutely facts. We need Mitch healthy. Young player. I just want to see him continue to play consistent, be healthy, continue to grow and get paid, get paid what he's worth. Mitchell Robinson, one thing you can say, he plays through injury. He plays hurt. He gives it his all. He has shortcomings like every player does, but Mitchell Robinson's an incomplete player right now. He's still young. He's still growing. And, I think he's starting to win a lot of people over in the New York Knicks organization is Mitchell Robinson as well. And let's continue to see if he pulls out some more, moves out of his arsenal as well. And CT, Allah says we play better on the road too. And hopefully Mitch can get back soon. I think, Mitch will be back soon. I don't think it's anything too serious as well, but great point. We do play well on the road when our back's against the wall. We, you bond when that with your teammates on the road. you're away from home, from family, you're away from your own bed, and you tend to start to focus a bit more on the task at hand. Big task, Nick Yak, exactly. Healthy Mitch, and we would have beaten the Hawks last season in the playoffs as well. He beasted out against the Hawks this season, and he's a big part of what we do. I was impressed, like I said, Nerlens Noel tonight. Nerlens Noel's performance in limited minutes gave us 3 steals like he normally does, contributed offensively, 8 points. I'm happy with Nerlens Noel's 10 mil, and if he's healthy. The unfortunate thing is, Nerlens Noel has not been healthy this season, and Big Task does not want Ben Simmons here as well. He's a polarizing player right now. This remains to be the most fascinating story of this season, in my opinion. The fact that Ben Simmons still has not been traded, the fact that what's going on in Philly, and the fact that we still don't see an obvious team, an obvious trade out there for Ben Simmons, right? This is even giving the experts on the networks headaches in terms of what Philly want to do. They want to move Tobias Harris and they want to move Ben Simmons money. That's a deal that's not easily done. And Mitch, sprained left ankle, won't return tonight. Khalid Brunson is a stopgap point guard to me. He's 25. You don't get much improvement, and he's small. He's really a great backup point guard like Ray Felton, but he's not that lead guard that's going to take you far postseason as well. I can see that as well. Fair point, Khalid. Jalen Brunson is still yet to prove it. Yet to prove it on a winning team that he can lead the team far in the postseason. I guess it's up to the front office to decide what they believe are Brunson's strengths and how can he fit into the team wise. But in terms of what point you're making, he is a role player, Jalen Brunson as well. He'll play his role. He'll get the team organized. He's not a large guard. He's not athletic. He's savvy. However, he's got nice skill set. He would help this team, but you're right. He may be a stopgap. That may be true. And Sherwin says, Robertson's tweak. I'm all good. Just a little tweak. And Sharp Powers, 8 games before the trade deadline. Appreciate that. I haven't counted yet, and we think we can go 5-3. And if that happens, we will make 2 big trades, I think, as well. Great take on that, Sharp. That you see it, ladies and gentlemen. Only 8 games left till the trade deadline comes on February 10. Of course, Julius Randle's eligible to be traded on Feb 3rd. But yeah, look, 8 games, that's not a lot at all. And, especially if we see some losing, that might make the decisions a bit easier. But on Shah's side, what his point, if we win, we start winning some games, then the New York Knicks might decide to swing a vet trade. Yeah, and quiet money. Yeah, saw your boy Mitch saying he's okay. He's a beast, Mitch. The mod squad taking care of business. Respect to everybody. Salute Jarvis. And Nick Yak, the play-in goes to 10th place. That's why we have a chance as well. And yeah, like I said, the New York Knicks clearly are not winning a championship this year, right? So what should be the goal for the rest of this season? If we could all sit here and say the New York Knicks don't win a chip, that the next best thing is that the New York Knicks continue to build and grow for the future, right? And making a play-in or making the playoffs is still a valuable part of growth, right? It's all about, do we not make a silly, bold, foolish, short-sighted move and cash strap the growth of this team, right? As long as we do not do that, I'm okay with making a play-in. I'm okay with making a playoff, missing out, getting a lottery pick, whatever it may be, as long as the team continue to make the smart decisions for the future, right? Assess the players we currently have, the young players, assess Randle still. Everybody's being assessed. Does Julius Randle continue to grow? Does he correct the ship in terms of the rocky start to this season? Does he show more glimpses of what he showed last season? Does RJ Barrett continue to ascend? Who are the next young players that continue to grow and step up? That's why this season is still an important part of the future in terms of what the team can do in the coming years, right? Because we're not winning a championship soon. And Quiet says, I agree. I actually believe that we've seen a little bit of the Noel from last season tonight. Yeah, when Mitch turned his ankle. Yeah, completely agree. Getting disruptive into passing lane, 3 steals tonight. He rebounded. Nerlens Noel, when he's healthy, he's useful. And I think Nerlens Noel will garner some trade interest as well. $10 million. He could help a vet team for sure, in the starting or backup center spot. And be civilized. I just want both Mitch and Noel healthy at the same time as well. One can only hope. Be civilized. I agree. We have not seen those two centers for the Knicks healthy much this season at all, and it's been hard to assess, right? Mitch has had his ups and his downs, and so has Nerlens in terms of the health. So we have luck, we have had some bad luck. Let's hope that it continues to, or it turns around. And Canasa Simmons to New York, Randall Burks and a first to Sacktown, Buddy Fox and the Mavs first to the Sixers as well. There's a lot of Ben Simmons, trade proposals out there as well. Just trying to make sense of this in terms of the money and what Philly want back. Philly, it's been reported that they've rejected so many deals. I don't know if it's posturing yet, just until the deadline. We'll wait to see what is actually true with that situation. And big task. I like the idea of Brunson if possible as well. He likes it. It depends also what we got to pay Brunson too. You got to decide is he that piece for the future, and what do the New York Knicks need to commit to get Jalen Brunson and Nick Yak away from the idiot crowds chanting Obi early third quarter when we are trying to come back. And how is Cam going to get on the floor, and who's coming out the rotation? This is a key storyline to come in the next couple of weeks. Everybody, I think that Alec Burks and Evan Fournier are the two likely. One of those two is going to find themselves in a trade as well. So you heard it from me. One of Evan Fournier or Alec Burks will find themselves in a trade. Sheer by process of elimination. RJ Barrett's not going anywhere. I don't think Cam Reddish is going anywhere. He just came. And I think Quentin Grimes isn't going anywhere as well. So the front office has brought Cam in here. They're going to have to make a decision. I know a lot of people are saying Obi Toppin could get traded. I think they do see Cam Reddish at the 3 spot. I know he's big enough to play spot minutes at the 4, but I think Cam Reddish's spot for this team is in the at the 3rd, in the 3 spot. And Jarvis, yes, salute to the chat's finest. Everybody's got this thing buzzing. Appreciate it. Keep it flowing. Keep it rolling. And Sharp Powers, if we're going all in, might as well go in and get DeJounte Murray. He can be here for the long haul. There's word that he may be available. Where there's smoke, there's fire. With DeJounte Murray, I think that the San Antonio Spurs or whoever it is has planted some words out there just to see what the Spurs can possibly get. I think they're open for business, and it's going to be interesting. He would be a lovely young piece for this future, right? And I'm surprised that San Antonio wouldn't want to build around him as well. But they have their reasons, and let's try and get involved in that one if we can. Leon Rose needs to place that call, and Nick Yak. Brunson is a ball player who plays the right way, not a franchise point guard. Until we get a franchise point guard, Brunson for 8 to 10 mil could play that role and then go to the backup spot as well. I can see that definitely. Brunson, is a smart, savvy player. He can help this team win. He may not be that dude to take us where we need to go in the long term, but he's an upgrade. It makes sense. I've got to say the move makes sense for Brunson right now in terms of winning a championship just doesn't happen from beginning to end. There are steps along the way a team has to take to get to that championship level, right? And sometimes instead of making that home run swing, sometimes we may just need to get to first base. Continue to develop from last season's success, and then just get to that next spot. And then when you get to that next spot, then decide get to the next spot after that as well. So for people saying, Brunson might not get us to the championship level, yeah, he probably won't. But is it an improvement? Is it a step forward? At what cost is it going to be available? And let's see if we can pull off that move, right? Because, I don't really see a plethora of young point guards available. Damian Lillard's not coming here, it seems. I don't want to kick the tires on Russell Westbrook. CP3 was going to come, but that boat sailed. Mike Conley's not coming. We missed out on Lonzo Ball. Kyle Lowry's not coming. We have quickly Deuce, Rokas. We have some young players within. What is the next move, right? It might be a stopgap. There might not be anything wrong with doing that stopgap move right now, or be okay with losing games, right? If you want to blood quickly, you want to blood Deuce, you got to be okay with losing some games. And big task, the Knicks got to try to make the playoffs. Going back to being a lottery team, not will be good for the franchise as well. I agree. At least make the play in, right? There'll be no disrespect. Then everybody says the East got tougher, and it certainly did. If the New York Knicks make the play in, that'll be okay. It'll be valuable experience for the team. Let's try and get into that eighth or seventh spot, so that if you win your first game, you automatically qualify as well. So I wouldn't be mad at that at all. And Jarvis, appreciate you, fam, on the men. And a big task. I don't think we need a franchise point guard. One just that plays the position appropriately as well. Facts with that, not every point guard is that one that's going to score like Damian Lillard, right? Steph Curry. Need I remind you, Rajon Rondo led a team to the NBA, went to an NBA championship, right? So there are certain point guards that don't just light you up offensively, that still can help you get it done. Drew Holiday can score, but he's not that point guard that's going to light every team up either. So sometimes, we do just need that point guard that's going to play the right way. And Noel is fine until we go against big centers like the Hawks last season. Yep, I can't, that's no lie. Nick Yak, Nerlens, he has his limitations. $10 million. He could help a team, starting in a short spurts or off the bench, I think. And it's going to be interesting to see. That's another big, as much as we talk about the point guard spot, the center spot for this New York Knicks team in terms of the future is still up for grabs. Mitchell Robinson, do they make their commitment to Mitch, and decide to give him another contract? And, he could be the one to break the Charlie Ward curse in terms of a player that was signed it was drafted by the Knicks, signing their second contract, right? I said, if Mitch signs that second deal, I'll go out and buy a Mitchell Robinson jersey as well. Mitchell Robinson breaks the Charlie Ward curse, then I'll go out and buy myself a Mitch jersey. And big task, franchise point guard don't win championships with the exception of Isaiah. Joseph, salute. We have to make the playoffs or play in at least. If we don't, we'll lose everything we built last season. New York was back on the map, and if not, we'll be back to square one and step back 10 years ago. Agree as well. I agree. It's very, very important. Joseph, appreciate you. Good take. It's important for the league. It's important for the confidence of the young players. RJ Barrett, of course, is a young building block. He wants to continue to get better as well. And, there are a lot of fans that want us in the lottery. That's definitely out there. I'm more on the mindset where I want us to make the play in at least. So I agree with your take there. In terms of losing everything, I don't completely agree with that we'll lose everything. I think, we'll live to fight another day. It'll be okay if we don't make the play in, but I do see it as an important step, definitely. And Geraldine says the Spurs aren't going to trade with us. Remember what we did to with Mook Morris as well, and cutting off the Spurs to get Mook Morris at the 11th hour as well. I don't think, I remember how it happened, but I don't think the Spurs really blame us. I think it was more of a Mook Morris, Rich Paul thing that's come to light. Apparently, Rich Paul was not, updating his client that there was a shorter term, higher priced offer for the New York Knicks on the table. And his client had every right to know about that deal because he wanted to take that deal. but Rich Paul wanted Mook Morris to take the longer term deal instead of the shorter term deal, so more guaranteed money over a longer period of time as well. Now, unfortunately, the Spurs were cut short, but I don't think that was the New York Knicks' fault at all. And Brunson is not taking 10 mil. Dallas can and will offer 13 as well. I do think, they are willing to offer something. And only way we get DeJounte Murray is Pop got to retire. Well, let's see. Yeah, Pop is definitely close to calling it a day. And that San Antonio Spurs organization is at a crossroads right now. I'm just surprised. I would have thought DeJounte Murray would be that center block piece, building block that they would like to continue to build with. But, I also don't think it's the wrong move either to see what they can get for him as well. We all know what Sam Presti was able to do with OKC, right? You can get 3-4 firsts or 2-3 firsts and a good player for DeJounte Murray. Let's see what they want to do. Maybe they want Ben Simmons. Maybe that is the move, to get Ben Simmons out of Philly. And Sharp Powers, if we can move Kemba, it will open up minutes for Reddish over these next 6 to 7 games. If Reddish improves, his minutes go up from the bench. Watch out, Evan. Well, facts. Yeah, and you make the great point about Kemba being out. That is the catalyst to give more minutes to Cam right now. In the interim before a move is made. And Nick Yak, lottery gives us more young players, and Tibbs won't play much, if at all, as well. Yeah, it just goes back to asset mismanagement, right? Nick Yak, don't it? In terms of the front office and the coach not on the same page right now. Yeah, they hired Tom Thibodeau, 64 years old, to help us try and win now, and he won last season. I think they're trying to, unless he can pull off that big move for another player, then he may be leading us into a dead end. And showing basketballs have changed. The point guard is the most important position today. Nick Yak, if we go in a different direction, I'm not giving Brunson much more. Mavericks have a lot of guards to pay, and they can't pay them all. And Jarvis likes that, even if it's the only thing we do is to get that starting point guard. I'm okay with that as well. It's got to be the right guy. It's got to be the right one. And again, I don't want no 31-year-old point guard. I'd love them to be under 28 years old. We've kicked that tire enough as well. And the reason I say is, we have some young point guards here. I'm okay with some losing to give them the chance. And Allah says, remember they got Josh Primo? They must be high on him, or they want Simmons. Yeah, facts. I agree. They swung high for Joshua Primo as well. And they've got some other young pieces, Lonnie Walker, still growing, Keldon Johnson as well. And I just think they're doing due diligence. That they're doing their business right now in terms of seeing what DeJounte Murray can get you. And again, remember, LA Clippers did incredibly smart business, right? OKC also did incredibly smart business with Clippers. They gave them Shai Gilgeous, and look what they got in return. They gave them Paul George, and look what they got in return as well. So that was a win-win for both teams. But OKC is incredibly set up for the future right now. And big task, for instance, I love Drew, but he's not a star, yet he is so important. Facts, yep, like I just said before, point guard spot can just play their role, right? They can take over a game, absolutely, whenever they need to. They can take over a game, but they could easily be the third best player on the team, right? They don't need to be, in terms of offense, they don't need to be that lead guy, right? There are only so many Steph Currys and Damian Lillards and Donovan Mitchells and Ja Morants, right? That's what's clouding a lot of people's opinion on a point guard, right? Those dudes are once in a generation. Make no mistake about it, right? I know they're all over SportsCenter. They have players aspiring to be like them and all of that. But let's keep it realistic. Not every point guard's going to shoot the lights out from half court or jump out the gym, right? Sometimes a point guard just needs to set the table. And Quiet says, I don't think Murray is a cornerstone for the Spurs because he's a mediocre shooter. Not sure they want to put too much stock in him as well. So yeah, that definitely might be it. Quiet. yeah, for the Spurs, yeah, because he is a mediocre shooter, and they might want to see it, what they can pull out for DeJounte. But one thing's for sure, there's going to be a lot of suitors for that young man. You know, he can get to the cup, and a great handle as well. Something the New York Knicks really need, a guy that can break down the defense. And Nick Yak, we would be rebuilding team trade their young franchise point guard. Or why would a rebuilding team trade the young point guard who's balling, would love Murray, but can't believe they trade him as well? Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it as well. And salute chosen 12 tribes. Tibbs is a piece, and I need to be fired as well. So, yeah, a lot of fans not on the Tibbs train. You know, they do see where the story's going. At the end of the day, when I say before, you know, we might be headed to a roadblock. May not be because of Tibbs' fault. He can only coach what he's been given, but it's simply a mix of philosophy, right? Tibbs' philosophy is try to win every single minute, every day right now, and the front office's philosophy might be to you know, be open to exploring, you know, be open to setting this thing back a little bit, just to see if we, you know, when our window may open up right now. One thing is for sure, we're in a much better position, right? We can all agree, ladies and gents, that the New York Knicks have some young, our two best young players. You know, our two best players are young in terms of age, Julius Randle, RJ Barrett, right? So we can continue to kick the can down the road a little bit if we like, just to see who may come available in 1 or 2, 3 more years, whether it be the Luka, the Zion, the Donovan Mitchell, somebody like that. We can continue to kick the tire down the road a little bit, whereas in the past, we've never been in that position, right? We had an Amari, 30-year-old Amari. We had a 30-year-old Carmelo, whether it was just all in. The New York Knicks are in a different position than we've ever been, and that needs to be acknowledged because, again, Julius Randle is only 27 years old. He's locked up. RJ Barrett is just a baby still. So we got time, and maybe this front office just needs to be patient, right, to see what comes up, make the right move, and do not set us back further, because making a short-term move may not be as bad as going all in right now and setting us back for 5, 6 more years, right? And then we have to do it all over again. So how do the New York Knicks continue to get out of this? They need asset management, right? They need to manage their assets wisely. I really, really love the Cam Reddish trade because it was sensational asset management, right? That Charlotte pick was not valuable, and Kevin Knox was of no value right now. And we recycled that into another young asset, right? So how do we go from here? We manage Cam Reddish now. Let's manage him as an asset. RJ Barrett, Julius Randle, and all the young players as well. Let's see how smart this front office is, right? Because decisions like that do contribute to a championship as well, right? It's not always the decisions and the play on the court that win you a championship, right? Championships are also won in the front office. And Nick Yak, point guard, not shooting guard kid, can play, but they won't trade him unless getting a lot back. And salute Tay. I'm glad we won, but Tibbs' rotation drive me nuts. When they just when the second team was percolating, he subs in the starters, and then runs them into the ground as well. The thing about Tom's substitutions and rotations is that they're like clockwork. He doesn't feel and read the game much. He likes to bring his players in and out at a set time, regardless, right? He trusts what he trusts in practice, and it's very, very hard to sway him from that. And Joseph, salute. We cannot get conservative with our future draft picks, a la Danny Ainge. We have a young core, and Tibbs coaching our rebuild got to speed up years with Randall MIP year. We got a package for short term now as well. That's another side of the spectrum too, Joseph, as well. I can see how, striking while the iron is hot as well is very, very important as well. Is in seizing an opportunity if it's available. If a DeJounte Murray, another quality young player is available, let's say Donovan Mitchell requests out, sometimes the time is absolutely right to go all in, right? It's just got to be the right move. See, Danny Ainge went all in when it was it was Gordon Hayward and it was Kyrie Irving, right? Those were the two wrong moves. Danny Ainge waited and waited, and they weren't. They blew up in his face. And big task. Dan was going to respond, but with what you said, much better than what I was going to say. We held each other down here. The best chat in the business, the wise one, and Obi had a big block, and Grimes just hit a three, and then they get subbed. I can't understand. Yep. Like I said, I agree. I can see people's frustrations. Tibbs doesn't really look at what's going on the court. You could be lighting dudes up. You could be, winning the game. At the end of the day, he's going to go back to his starters at a set time. And a big Reaper, salute. Kevin Knox is getting more playing time than Cam. Yeah, good take. But yeah, one game in, I think Cam's minutes will go up. But salute to Kevin Knox. Glad he's getting an opportunity. Glad he's getting an opportunity to play out there. And chosen 12 tribe. Do you think Fox could be a good fit as well? I think Fox is worth exploring. Absolutely, great young player. Has a bright future in the league. In terms of fit, not fit with Tom Thibodeau. I think he'd be a better fit with a more up-tempo coach. I think, but I think it's worth kicking the can for Fox as well. He's definitely out there and available. And like Jarvis says, I hear you, fam. To put him on the Knicks, he could stabilize the ship. Also, would not mind Shai Gilgeous. Just wishful thinking. Yeah, Shai's definitely one I'd love to get balling out for OKC. Maybe in a couple years, Shai definitely might become available. OKC are building their set way. They've got Josh Giddey, another young player, point guard out there. And Tay says right after the subs, we almost lost the game with the starters as well. Yeah, Tibbs being Tibbs, certainly rigid, stubborn in his ways, no doubt about it. And Nick Yak, I would not overpay him either, but we would be so much better playing and not wasting 22 minutes on Quickly. Quickly, another young piece that people want to label and put a future on, a ceiling on. I'm happy with just letting Quickly be Quickly for now. The beautiful thing is when you've got a player like that on a rookie contract, just continue to give them minutes, let them play, let them be who they are, let them show them who you are, let them show you who they are in terms of where they're best fit right now. I'm not anointing Quickly our starting guard either. I just want to see consistency from him. Let him show us what his future is going to be, and he definitely needs to improve with shot selection. He has improved on D, which is salute to Quickly. He's improved with court vision. He's picking up his assists tonight. Give him his flowers. Equal high 6 assists for Quickly tonight, which is what you want to see. Less shot attempts as well. So some growth. Some nice growth from Emmanuel tonight. And Geraldine, we're not getting another team superstar up and coming players unless said player requests a trade to come here. We need to develop our own as well. That could be the way we win our next chip. Absolutely. Golden State's done it. The San Antonio Spurs did it for so many years. If you want to win, but you want to win sustainably, it certainly does not hurt to keep developing, right? We have some young pieces on this roster. Giving them minutes, letting them develop, that's going to be critical. We keep preaching this team has a brand new development staff, great assistant coaches and whatnot. It's going to be, proof in the pudding to see whether or not they can turn things around for the New York Knicks, the Johnny Bryants, the Kenny Paynes, the Dice Yoshimoto, everyone else I'm leaving out. We have some young players we can mold. It's about time they really, really turn them around and get someone to pop. And Nick Yak, same with Brunson, getting Quickly 22 minutes of nothing most nights. And Sherwin says, Fox shooting is not good enough at this point. And salute E. Gibson. He likes Shai Gilgeous as well. Too bad New York Knicks passed on him in the draft. Thank you for the reminder. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I hope he becomes a Knick at some point. But yeah, the New York Knicks sadly whiffed on that one. And fortunately, we have a different scouting department right now. And I'm confident we're not going to make those same mistakes again. And Quiet's not sold on Fox either. I want the whole chat tell me what you thought on Fox, because he is the young point guard potentially available. Is he a good fit? Is he the right one, for this squad? It's going to be interesting. The salary, a lot comes with that. He's not a positive defender. We know Tibbs loves that, but he gets up and down. He's lightning off the dribble. He can break the defense down. He gives us a different dynamic. Showing being quickly and not a winning formula. He shoots first, tunnel vision. And a lot people watching individual players' game instead of watching the game itself. We got a lot of young guys, can't play them all, yet let them grow naturally as well. Flow of the game, right, too. The hardest thing to do in the NBA is to win and develop young players as well, right? That's why they say organizations tend to make a decision, right? If I say a name of a team, you're going to be able to tell me where the direction is. If I tell you OKC, you're going to be able to tell me what direction. It's clear for the whole world to see. The Houston Rockets, which direction they're going. The Detroit Pistons, which direction they're headed. Indiana Pacers, they're making a pivot to a certain direction, right? So, you could go around the league and 20 to 25 teams, you know which direction they're going right now. The New York Knicks probably fit in the very, very small minority in terms of what are we doing really right now. We are in a little bit of quicksand, so to speak. Sean says most superstars come from a top 3 draft pick. Giannis, Kawhi are not the norms as well, generational talents. And salute. Canal chosen 12 tribes. D cool. I like Fox, but it will cost a lot for him. Yeah, dealing with Sacramento, and but at the end of the day, they are a team that's been suffering for so long, and their organization is making a pivot right now as well. But there is going to be a lot of suitors for Fox. A big sweepstakes. And Houston certainly is tanking as well. Yeah, definitely. Their direction's quite clear right now. Now, I'm not trying to say that the direction we're headed is the wrong one. There are teams that go the losing route or try and redevelop year after year, and they don't get there. If there was a true foolproof formula to win in the NBA, every team would follow that formula. The truth is there is no formula. Whether people tell you it's tanking, whether it's people try and tell you to win every game, if there was a chosen formula that was true, everybody would do it. But it comes down to talent evaluation, luck, a little bit of luck in the draft, scouting, and of course front office decisions. Like I said, asset management, right? Look at what OKC is doing. They're flipping assets. They're continuously gaining assets, and they're flipping them again and again and again. And they're building a big war chest as well. Philadelphia tanked, like you said, for year after year after year, and they haven't gotten to the top yet either. And Jarvis likes Fox, but not sure if we go that route. There is positives and negatives with him. Not sure positives outweigh the negatives as well. Yep, I sit exactly where you sit, Jarvis, on that. I'd kick the tires on Fox, but I'm not 100% sold either. But it would be a nice talent upgrade for now. And Quiet says, Geraldine, that works when you draft the right players that's available when the team is drafting. The Knicks missed one superstar and another all-star in the draft. And Allah says, always liked Fox, but his defense is suspect as well. That is true as well. And, and of course, you've got to look at the players' track record, their history. Sacramento Kings are a bad organization in terms of, winning and putting structure in place to win. But at the same time, you have plenty of time to develop, to evaluate Fox's tenure in Sacramento. Can he get the best out of a team? Is he a guy that looks nice on a bad team? Puts up a lot of numbers, all of those things as well. And remember, it's about fit too. We have Julius that needs the ball, and we have RJ that you would like to put the ball in his hand a little bit more as well. So what does that look like with our swiper here? And Nick Yak, what direction Chicago going? Would have set up, but not sure now as well. I think they would like to hope that they can win. Chicago, it looks like the moves they made, free agency, all the acquisitions, point towards Chicago trying to go all in now. They've lost some soldiers now. It's going to be interesting. I was thinking to myself just before, could Kemba Walker be a fit for Chicago? The vet route, try to help them off the bench. Alex Caruso's out now for about 8 weeks at least. Could we take advantage of a situation where Chicago needs some help spot at the guard? And E. Gibson says Fox been averaging 25 and last several seasons, but he's not a great shooter and struggles with that too. People are sort of aren't sold on Fox, at this stage. What I'd love to do is speak to some Sacramento fans too that watch their games day in, day out. That's when you're going to get the truth as well. Big Task would pass on Fox, and Canals, or don't want Fox. Let him go to the Sixers. He can't shoot, and Chicago went the free agency route, and that's up to the players, not the team now. And Geraldine, look at the Hornets. They're up and coming. They have vets and young players that they are developing there as well. They're definitely Geraldine. They're doing an admirable job. Charlotte, in terms of trying to play vets and young players together. They're in the 7th seed. Looks like they'll get some playoff experience, but it's certainly hard to win that way as well. But it helps they have the number 1 overall pick, LaMelo Ball. There's often, there is, different cases to be made in terms of, if you have a generational transcendent young player, that can help you win games, when they're very, very young. That does make that a bit easier as well. And Allah says, OKC couldn't win with Russ, KD, Harden, and Ibaka, or PG, CP3, even Melo. They're just making money. They're not trying to win as well. OKC, they just look like they're ready to stack asset after asset, take chances in the draft with Josh Giddey, play with house money, all of that. OKC, it's a football town. I could see them getting relocated. I could also see them getting relocated. What do you think with that situation? Nick Yak, LR, you must love watching Quickly trailing his man, making our bigs helping leave open shooters. And I always liked pick Fox. I always pick Fox over Lonzo as well. I could see, in terms of it's hard, coming up, those two are going to be compared a lot in terms of that draft. Drafts are a crapshoot, like we always say. Players that come out, you've got to foreshadow what the future is going to hold for them in a tough league. You've got to look at their makeup, their fundamentals, ability for their game to grow as well. Like if a player is very, very one-dimensional, that rings red flags. If they're a lefty, they have no dribble with their right, that is something you got to consider as well. If their shooting's really bad, you got to obviously consider, do they have the makeup to become a good shooter with reps and all of that? So that is certainly something that's bears continuing to watch. The Lonzo Ball thing that did get a lot of talk as to why the New York Knicks didn't kick that tire. But things don't always happen the way you want them to. At the end of the day, the New York Knicks are much more confident picking where this team's been picking, with a later in the first round, the 7th pick with Frank, the 8th pick with Knox, Obi pick at 9 or whatever it was. Those are the ones where there's a lot more at stake, right? You're in the lottery, top 10 pick. You're a bit of a bad team, and you can't afford to miss on those. where the New York Knicks have had a lot more luck is picking later in the first round, early in the second round, where we pick dimes, we pick jewels, high upside guys as well, because you can obviously find players a bit more ready made, whereas sometimes you face the pressure to take that more raw prospect talent project early in the top 10 in fear of missing out on a generational player in the future. But it is certainly easier where the New York Knicks have been picking recently to find more ready-made contributors as well. Where it remains to be seen is where those players can continue to grow in. Where's their ceiling? What can Quentin Grimes be in the league, in 5 years? What can Deuce McBride be in the league in 5 years as well? And Alas says, Yak, look at IQ plus minus with Randall and RJ on the floor. That'll explain the content. And please explain. So polarizing, play on the court, in terms of these guys. But we're getting back to the New York Knicks and the schedule at hand. It's getting tough. So the log jam, we spoke on the Cam Reddish thing. Expect Cam to start to play a bit more minutes, but don't expect it to happen overnight. People will look at the box score and they'll automatically make assumptions that Cam played 5 minutes. What's going on? I've been saying, be prepared to ride this thing out for at least 2 weeks, right? Look for Cam to play low to sporadic minutes for the next 2 weeks, right? You can't just bring in a player straight away and displace Evan Fournier, who you sign, as a free agent for $19 million. And you can't just come in and displace Alec Burks and Quentin Grimes, who have earned their minutes all season long, right? So when Tom Thibodeau spoke to the media after the Cam Reddish move, he was speaking in subliminals to say, hey, I love the Cam deal as a player, but help me out here, right? Where can I find minutes for this guy, right? I'm already not playing Obi Toppin any minutes. I already got the Kemba Walker headache to make a decision with right there. I've got Derrick Rose that's about to come healthy in about 3 weeks. Tell me, what am I supposed to do with Cam Reddish? So Tom Thibodeau absolutely wants a move right now, right? He's going to be talking to Leon and putting some pressure on this front office to make this thing a little bit easier for me right now. Because remember, I'm the one managing the locker room, right? I've got all this talent, got all these personalities. How am I supposed to manage this situation with guys being brought up in here playing 5 minutes, right? To somebody's point, Cam Reddish asked out of Atlanta because he wasn't happy with 20 minutes. And he's coming into New York playing 5 minutes in his first game. So he's going to have to be patient, as we all are. And we're going to have to wait to see what comes, in terms of things shake loose, right? There will be some moving parts. This Cam deal was a precursor. Make no mistake about it. The New York Knicks will not be sitting pat in this trade deadline like 2 years past, right? There will be deals, from all indications, right? We got assets, we got movable parts, spare parts, Nerlens Noel's, Alec Burks's. We got salary to help out, 3-way deals, etc. And I think the New York Knicks, they're just, at least they got a couple more weeks to evaluate where our record is. They're going to evaluate the play of, players like Burks, Fournier, Noel, Kemba, Quickly, Obi, all these players. They're still evaluating the offers that are out there. And it's going to be a very, very busy trade period. Salute Geraldine, appreciate you. New York Knicks face a tough matchup tonight in Cleveland. We'll be getting at it. And just want to let everybody know about a guest I'm having on a Tuesday night. I posted on the Twitter as well. I'll be posting a short preview video tomorrow night just to give you a background on this guest, named Simon Gersberg from shotquality.com. He's a rising star in the analytics world. If you're a big fan of basketball analytics, you're a big fan of college hoops, you're a big fan of betting, gambling, or you're a big fan of the New York Knicks, this show has got everything for you, right? Simon is, he's a rising star in this industry. He's the founder of technology called shotquality.com. It's used by over 60 NCAA teams right now to quantify a percentage of shots, to help coaches make better, decisions on offense as well. And it's now used by over 5 NBA teams as well. And this Simon is from New York. He's a New York Knicks fan as well. It's going to be a live stream as well. So you guys are going to be here joining, in the chat, going to be talking to me and Simon, throwing questions out there as well. We're going to be discussing, the Knicks this season, what he's seen from the Knicks. We're going to be talking about college prospects. I know it's early, not talking about from a tanking perspective, but we're going to get his thoughts on, some standout, players and, in the analytics sector as well. We're going to be talking about, just the league in general as well. It's going to be a fun show, and I look forward to having him on as well. So that'll be Tuesday night, about 6:45 p.m. Eastern time as well. So stay tuned, stay locked in on that one. And Nick Yak, how many Mitch missing? I think Mitch, we have a chance. Look at the teams plus minus with Mitch on the floor. Going back to, analytics. Mitch is a influencer in terms of, when he's on the court, no doubt, rim protection, patrolling the paint. Mitch has improved enormously with his foul proneness, staying on the floor. He could learn a lot from Nerlens Noel in terms of positioning on the pick and roll. But Mitchell Robinson has a bright future in this league, if he can stay healthy as well. Appreciate you, Jarvis, always up in here, keeping the streets buzzing. This is the best chat in the business. The chat show, your show, shout it out, and we'll post it on the screen. Nick's Yak, Mitch is who we need involved even more. You're right about that. But when you look at IQ plus minus on our point differential, when he plays with our best point guards, it's outstanding. You guys are wise ones, obviously watching the game within the game, understanding how which player in the New York Knicks influences winning, and which lineups as well. That's very, very important. And I'm keen to get, Simon's thoughts on Tom Thibodeau and, the way the lineups are managed, the way this coach, runs the offense, in terms of who he sees as a big part of the future as well. The rotation jam, just getting back to that, there will be moves to come, ladies and gents. Wait a couple of weeks, right? Maybe an injury or two happens in the interim, and Cam Reddish gets a clear light, gets the green light to play a few more minutes than expected right now. But Cam Reddish is going to be eased in. Make no mistake, we gave up a first-round selection because he's here for the future. I think they see a future in New York with Cam Reddish, and they're just trying to make sense of it all right now with the vets. Again, it was step one in terms of this trade deadline. Let's evaluate and see what ultimately shakes loose and what plays out, and then we'll make sense of it all, after the trade deadline. But also look for players to be bought out. The New York Knicks might, look at the buyout market as well if they don't find the trades that they need. Kemba Walker is a candidate to be bought out. I can assure you, if the New York Knicks don't find a trade for Kemba Walker, if there are no suitors for Kemba, don't rule out a buyout. And Tace is a bold prediction. Leon is telling Tibbs to play big minutes to the starters to raise their trade value for a big trade, minus RJ coming. Then ease in the younger players when they're gone as well. Good prediction, Tay. I wouldn't say it's a bold prediction at all. I'd say it's probably most likely true. Like I've been saying, a couple of weeks before the trade deadline, this is when you're starting to showcase players. And I did mention Alec Burks, Evan Fournier. They are prime candidates to be moved right now. They help teams win, and they have movable salaries, and they're vets that other teams, other GMs know what they're getting in that, right? What is a player? What is the definition of a player that's easily to be traded? It's a player that already the whole league knows who that player is, and what they're getting, right? GMs don't generally like to trade for a player if they're trying to win that they don't know what they're getting, right? With Alec Burks, the whole league knows who Alec Burks is, what they can give him, what he can give them, and Evan Fournier as well. So I'm looking for those two. It'll clear minutes for Grimes, Star J Barrett, and it'll clear minutes for Cam Reddish. to see what he can ball out in, for the rest of his year, and till that contract decision is made. But great take. Joseph says 21 Tibbs always said he wants the point guard that can switch and defend 1 to 4 and then break down the D and get to the rim. Slim pickings. I can only think of Simmons and SGA. Am I missing someone else? 6'8" Rose. Great questions. Great observations, Joseph. Tibbs does love guards that can switch. Absolutely. That's why he likes Alec Burks at the point guard spot. Maybe he really pushes back to Leon and says, please just keep, even if it's for a late first, keep Alec Burks out of the deal. Alec Burks is important to this thing. He's what I need right now. We're winning. We won tonight. We won the 3 games, prior to the last 3 losses with Alec Burks, the starting unit. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Alec Burks is that guy that he just rocks with for the rest of this season. And like you, I agree, slim pickings as well. But at the end of the day, I can still see Tibbs pushing for Jalen Brunson. The front office, the organization knows Jalen's background, his family, his history in and out. They know him like the back of their hand in terms of intel, all of that as well. And it's a family situation with the New York Knicks as well. So gun to my head, if I had to say who's probably the most likely player that that we'll bring in, that they'll be wearing a New York Knicks jersey after the trade deadline, whether you like him or not, I'm going to have to say Jalen Brunson is probably the most likely. And Nick Yak, as far as IQ trailing on the pick and roll, if he goes under hell, he'll give up wide open threes. He's forcing them inside the arc. And Nick Yak, last game McBride played was like 4 minutes, 0 to 2, and no stats. He was a +5. Love the kid, but be careful about the plus minus as well. Deuce needs to get loose in the G League. Again, I think he's at least a year away from being a regular rotation player on a winning team. And he will get spot minutes this season. It doesn't change how high I am on Deuce. He's a second-round pick. He needs developing. Fred VanVleet, those kind of undrafted second-round guys, Jalen Brunson, they didn't come into the league and light things up by no means straight away. They need reps. They need minutes to play each and every night. McBride's, it brings a smile to my face seeing him ball out in the G League and, putting up numbers like 16 and 16 and things like that, things he can't do while he's in the NBA right now. And I'm happy with him just getting 38 minutes a night for Westchester for the rest of this year as well, because that's quality experience, it's seasoning. And of course, Rokas Jokubaitis is doing the same thing in Europe right now, starting for Barcelona, another big squad, putting up minutes, putting up points, assists, numbers. And that's great. 2 young point guards that, could be great contributors to the New York Knicks in the future. They're getting minutes. That's all you could ask for right now. We haven't been able to say that in the past, right? With the Franks, the Knox, and the like. And Nick Yak quickly, for what reason, is in front of man and then jumps side to side and then ends up trailing. That's good defense. Nick Yak, we just see it different. It's okay. The New York Knicks bounced back last night. They beat the Clippers. It wasn't an emphatic win. It wasn't, a astounding win by any means. They took care of the business, but what tonight is going to show us is a lot. Hanging with the squad like the Cavs, in the East. Cleveland Cavaliers are in the 6th spot at 27 and 19, with a bit of a gap between them and Charlotte, 25 and 20. For the New York Knicks to not only win again, but to steal a loss, to steal a win and give the loss to Cleveland. That's going to be big for the East. But more often, it's going to show that the New York Knicks, can compete and got fight, in terms of making the play-in or play-off spot. Another loss would put us back to 2 games under. And then, of course, we got Miami and then we got Milwaukee. So it gets tougher and tougher for the New York Knicks. If their mindset is to try and win at all costs and make a play-in this season, look for the trades to start buzzing sooner, as with the New York Knicks continue to slide. And obviously we're writing this thing game to game, but at that point in time, the New York Knicks are gonna go put their foot on the gas, try and win every game until the trade deadline, and then see what see what happens, what position they're in, and what moves are available. And Tay says, what the earliest do I see we could possibly go after Zion? With that situation, Zion's agent, his agents with CAA. For those that don't know, his agent Austin Brown was formerly worked under Leon Rose. So Leon Rose, head of CAA, used to be Zion's boss, right? So the New York Knicks, through their CAA ties, have the closest intel to Zion Williamson out of any team, right there, through the CAA connections. So with that said, I wouldn't be surprised if they already know what Zion's thinking, the back channels with World Wide West and of course Leon Rose. In terms of the earliest, I think next season, I think this season we won't hear a peep in terms of anything concrete with Zion and the New Orleans Pelicans, but next season will be the D-Day for the Pelicans and for Zion. And big task, I agree. McBride can just do his thing in the G League for this year, and just keep developing. No need to rush. Absolutely. Let that asset grow into a bigger asset. When Deuce is on the New York Knicks big squad and he's just sitting on the bench, or he's playing the last 2 minutes of garbage time, that's not an asset that's growing at all. But a Deuce that's playing in the G League, putting up 20 and 15, that's an asset that's continuing to grow, right? Grow his stock around the league, his perception, his confidence, all of that. So yeah, put him in a situation where Deuce is going to be able to grow. And it was a wire to wire win. That was encouraging, quiet for sure. The fact that we came out of the gates, the two most important quarters, last night were the first and the third. We won the first, put our foot on the gas, left them in the past, 39 points. And of course, we came out after halftime in the third quarter and won the third quarter as well. We slumped a little bit in the last. We lost by 2 points in the last quarter, but at the end of the day, the New York Knicks knew they had the win stitched up. So, there was a few nervous moments, but, hey, when you've lost 3 in a row, right, things can get a little bit shaky, right? When you got that losing feeling, that's the hardest thing, to break out of that. And respect, but kid is fast twitch defensively in his shooting. He's so talented, but plays so stupid. Don't want him traded, but not getting 22 minutes either. And that's on IQ. And salute Kenny, salute. But who is going to fix this Knicks team? Poor mentality. What happened at halftime during last game? Tough schedule, looks mean. You raise a great point about leadership as well. When things are going well, who's going to steady the ship? And that's why this team needs a solid point guard to handle the rock, right? Get us a good possession, get us in the play, the players in the right positions, get us into the sets, all of that. One thing I see, when the ball's run through Julius and it's run through RJ, there's a lot of ISO and there's a lot of broken plays. Tom Thibodeau is not always going to sit up there and tell us, that the offense, didn't get run properly, but we can all see it for ourselves, right? The offense does not, one, it takes us so long to get into a set sometimes, get the ball up the floor. We just need that solid point guard to get us into our sets quick and race the ball up the floor as well, play some pace, right? Look how different we look with Derrick Rose back, the forgotten man. If anything, if this team does want to try and win as much this season at all costs, then one goes hand in hand with Derrick Rose. I'd love to see him back as soon as possible and lighting up that second unit again and getting up and down, getting Obi Toppin dunks, handling where quickly needs to be at times. And of course, his offense, that Derrick Rose, he can break down a defense like no one else can. And Allah says, if you want to talk about IQD, you should look at his defensive rating first. It's okay not to like how his game looks at times, but I look at as effective, and he is putting plus in his second year as well. That is growth. And friendly fire. Yeah, E. Gibson, 39 points in the first quarter was a good sign. We're fallen behind out the gate a lot of games, then haven't finished well either. But good dub going into this road trip. Yeah. And I've been saying, we've got to look at some other coincidences. Cam Reddish, first time in the orange and blue, getting minutes. We all know what it's like, what a new player coming in does for a team. It gives them a little bit of jolt. It might be short term, might be temporary, but make no mistake, when a brand new player comes into the rotation, into the team, it gives those other players a bit of a jolt, a bit of a boost, right? They know either they need to put up or shut up. Their roles at stake, their minutes is on the line, and Cam Reddish in there gave this team a bit of a boost tonight. Evan Fournier is trying to play as hard as he possibly can. Alec Burke's got the starting nod. He's got to be happy about that, with Kemba Walker sitting as well. So a lot of players in their rightful positions right now, and I think chemistry means a lot in terms of winning, and that's why we're able to get out to that 39-point first quarter. I think the team feels a lot more comfortable with Alec Burks as the point guard spot as well, and Julius defers a little bit to Alec Burks as well. He knows he can handle the rock. He can rise up and shoot the three at any time. He can break down the D, get fouled really well, and he could also find the shooters. And Tay, appreciate this. How did I become a Knicks fan? Yep, definitely. I became a Knicks fan in the early '90s. Balling out, watching the deep playoff runs with the Pacers, the battles with the Bulls, and the Houston Rockets, of course, in '93. So yeah, that's about when I became a Knicks fan, in the very early '90s, and just watching it on TV, seeing the Garden go nuts, the way how hard the Knicks played back then, the identity of the team as well. That just won me over. I saw 5 players out there that just fought tooth and nail. They weren't the prettiest, they weren't the most skillful, but the crowd was behind them. The arena was electric, and it just took my imagination, and ever since, I've been a Knicks fan. And another content provider seems to think we could get Zion with IQ, Obi, Grimes, and 4 first. Look, with that said, I'm not entertaining Zion trades just yet. I think we'll wait till next year. I think the Pelicans are seeing the writings on the wall. And then we'll talk what more assets we have. But yeah, the New York Knicks are smart. I think they do see the next. They do have their eyes on the next targets in the coming years, whether it be Zion, Donovan, even further than that, possibly. We have Brock Aller in here. He's one of the best to do it in the industry. He knows the capology, World Wide West. I mean, as much as we might not see a lot of moving and shaking right now, these guys are getting paid a lot to do what they do well. And I do believe that they are, whether they can execute it or not is one thing, but I do believe this New York Knicks front office, does have plans in place. They do look at what's coming up in the future, and, RJ Barrett, Cam Reddish, like I said, Julius Randle, 27 years old. We do have a young nucleus right now, which is why I can understand, we may not make the playoffs, and I say it's not a bad thing because we're not capped out, right? If we were a sole vet squad with Amari, Melo, all those Tyson Chandlers, and we weren't making the playoffs, when you're strapped, you're in hell cap. That's a big problem. But if the New York Knicks don't go far, they don't make the play-in or the playoffs, it's not going to mean too much in terms of the future of the team limited, because of these guys are young, right? We have 2 of our best young players below 27 years of age as well. So we have time. Now, we can't afford to waste time, but we do have some time in terms of continuing to grow the team. And appreciate you, King Dizo. Appreciate you. Let's get it. The streets are buzzing. And Yep, Taste is awesome. I appreciate that. You know, the chat's been buzzing all night. And of course, yeah, the trade rumors will continue to swirl. Let me know who you feel like are the most likely players to be, you know, moved on. Who's expendable in your eyes, you know, in terms of bringing in players that you want to see as well. I told you in the wing spot, I think Evan Fournier or Alec Burks are the most likely at the wing spot. You know, if Quickly or Obi need to be moved to bring in a star player, a vet, I can see that happening as well. I can't really see Julius getting moved. For anyone thinking Julius might get moved, I just can't really see that happening at this point, and I can't see RJ Barrett getting moved. Partly in course because I don't see the type of player that those players would need to be moved for available. Right, I don't see Dame Lillard coming in here just yet. I don't see the Zion trade happening yet. I don't see the Simmons thing happening in terms of a Atlantic Division rival, you know, being traded to us. I don't see that happening as well. So I can see this organization continuing to build around Julius and RJ, you know, for this point in time. And Nick Yak, we can get Zion by waiting. He won't sign the next contract and wants to come here. And if you want to give him last year first round, because we didn't wait as well. Yeah, I agree with that, Nick Yak. I think let's just wait for it to shake loose. Let Zion situation play out. Because the main thing is the New York Knicks will gain in leverage, right? As you say, the New Orleans Pelicans, yeah, of course they'll sell Zion to the highest bidder. But at the end of the day, Zion can call his shots. He's a very, very wealthy young man. He's got endorsements, so much money coming through. And I think Zion will give a short list of teams. And I think that'll give the New York Knicks some leverage in terms of, you know, who they give up, you know, in a trade. But also, you know, I want to hear consensus. Like, you guys give me your thoughts whether you want Zion here. You know, let me know whether or not you would like Zion Williamson, you know, as a New York Knick. And, you know, is he worth gambling on? Is he worth going all in, knowing that you've got to give up, you know, you've got to give up that salary. You've got to pay Zion as well. And King Dizo, I'm so proud of the Knicks beat the Clippers, and I'm also happy about the Cam Reddish able to play as well. Salute to you, King. It was nice to see Cam last night play his debut. You know, 5 minutes. I know, you know, wasn't what he was hoping for. It's a log jam at the minute. The New York Knicks have a lot of moves to make, decisions to be made, but we're going to be very active. We have a lot of assets to move. We're going to wheel and deal, facilitate some trades. I feel like we're going to get some extra draft compensation. I feel like we're going to bring in a few solid vet role players, and, you know, potentially a point guard like Jalen Brunson. The Miles Turner thing I wouldn't rule out yet at all. Of course, he has that recent injury, the stress reaction. It's not as serious as a stress fracture. It just needs a couple of weeks to heal, and I think he'll be okay. So also look for the Miles Turner, you know, chatter and trade buzz to continue. But I want you guys to tell me. And Kenny says, yeah, the Cavs are a bad matchup, especially if Mitch is out. And it's going to be a great test, Kenny, in the chat. Bad matchup. Let's see what the New York Knicks do. Like we've been saying all night, the New York Knicks play well on the road. They play better with less expectation when they play, you know, backs against the wall. One thing that'll, you know, count against us, the fact that it's a back-to-back. Of course, players are going to be tired. Let's hope they get into Cleveland, you know, at a decent hour and you know, and get some rest. And yeah, D Cool, absolutely, I'm down with those two. Great young pieces to build with. We'd have to part with a lot of assets to get them, but sign me up for Jaylen Brown and DeJounte Murray would absolutely be ideal for this team. And of course, look out for Boston as well. Their backs against the wall. Boston are going to make some moves up in here. They're in 9th spot. You know, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, got them no better than the 9th seed right now. It's crazy. They signed Dennis Schroeder, of course, to a prove-it deal. And things are going to break loose in Boston right now because they're in the mud right now as well. And quiet money, I'm waiting for several reasons. One, to see how he plays after his injuries. Yep, backs, check. And for him to become a free agent so we can keep our assets. Yep, tick, check 2. Yep, smart wheeling and deal and quiet money with that one on the money there. And Nick Yak, Zion in New York can't get max yet because we didn't draft him. If he comes here, it's not for the super max, most money, but endorsements would make up for it, not in max salary. Absolutely. Like I've been saying too, Zion is going to be $1 billion athlete if he stays healthy. If he balls out, has an incredible career, whether it be New York or somewhere, Zion can be $1 million athlete. And the things he's capable of doing on the court, right? As an NBA fan, you just hope that Zion can just get right and just, commit to the game. And part of that is motivation, right? We've all been in a job where we were just there for a salary. We checked out. We were looking beyond that job to the next job, whatever it may be. And whether Zion's passionate about being the best player he can be, it's pretty clear that he doesn't feel like New Orleans is where that's going to be. I don't feel. I feel like he'd be super motivated to be in New Orleans, to compete, to play. I feel like if his actions speak for his words, basically. And agent says no need to make moves for Zion too. If Cam Reddish is still here by the time Zion's contract expires, Zion will fly first class into LaGuardia or JFK. Facts, agent. I hope you're Zion's agent. Let's wheel and deal. Let's make it happen. And David Griffin, he's facing an uphill battle right now. David Griffin wanted the New York Knicks job. Wasn't happy. The New York Knicks didn't, acquiesce to his moves or his salary demand. He thought he got a better job in New Orleans. He's struggling now. Brandon Ingram could be a trade target as well. Again, another team that's mismanaged some assets. For all the people that want to tank or accumulate picks and all that, there's no proven guaranteed way, right? There's no proof that OKC are going to be any better than New Orleans, in terms of managing their assets and that. It's about smart asset management. And they've got Zion, they've got Brandon Ingram. Let's see what New Orleans can do. They have a good point guard and too much size, but with this team, you never know. And Allah says, I don't think Zion will ever be healthy as well. I would not be shocked either, Allah. And how old is Zion now? Still got, I think he's 22. He's got so much future ahead of him. And I thought to myself the other day that maybe New York Knicks, not just we are Knicks fans, but maybe New York, the market, is the best place for Zion to achieve his potential, because he's got RJ Barrett, he's got Cam Reddish potentially, he's got a crowd, fans that will hold him accountable each and every night. We call it like it is. We call out the BS. We cheer as hard as we boo, as hard as we want players to win. And maybe Zion needs to be in that kind of environment to get the best out of himself, right? I don't see him getting the best out of himself in Miami or in LA or any of these kind of places. And Knicks need to remain consistent. Absolutely. There's no point us winning last night, then going back to 2 games under 500, facing that storm, which is another reason why I think Tom Thibodeau wants Alec Burks to continue to start. I think he doesn't want to keep switching between Kemba back and Kemba needing to sit out again, unfortunately, because of Kemba's knees. We need consistency right now. We're on a small boat headed into a storm, and we need all our sailors to the right sailors to help us get through this storm, right? We don't need people sleeping on the job. And Nick Yak, not the biggest Zion fan, but for no assets and not max money, and I'm not totally stupid. And he likes the concept of RJ, Cam, and Zion reuniting. Yeah, but agree it's worth waiting until he's a free agent. I don't see him playing it in New Orleans as well. And maybe he will help them out in terms of sign and trade. Maybe he doesn't want to be booed in New Orleans for the rest of his life. Maybe knowing that he's not delivered, maybe not delivered as much as he could to the city. He might want to help out the New Orleans organization as well. So that's going to be interesting to see, how if the New York Knicks do go all in, is that the reason we're stockpiling all these assets? Is that the reason we're stockpiling them all so that we can just make that big trade and not be gutted of any assets? Yeah, and like B says, no need to trade the assets for a player that wants to play here anyways. You got to weigh it out. Is in weigh. A great take as well. You're all on fire tonight, this morning. And Joseph, any guess on Tibbs's game plan and strategy for Cleveland tomorrow? Their lineup is lighting it up, and they're so big as well. Absolutely, I think first and foremost, Tibbs has got to be very happy that Nerlens Noel, I think, is healthy. I think Tibbs is very high on Nerlens. Is that last line of defense? Say what you want about his availability, his hands, his offense, but Nerlens Noel can defend the hoop. That is central to Tom Thibodeau's defensive scheme. Mitch is out. That hurts. I think Tibbs definitely wants Alec Burks to continue start. Look for Kemba to warm up, maybe before the game, and maybe not quite being ready to give it a go. Also for the trade period looming as well. It's going to be a very, very interesting story to monitor as well. Kemba coming in and out, again, it's got to be tough for a coach, whether you like the player or you don't. Having those guys that come in and out, it's tough for consistency. And in terms of game plan as well, I continue to give the ball to RJ. 6 assists tonight. He's becoming a more and more complete player with the confidence. When he hit that buzzer beater, I said RJ would be the New York Knicks' best player in the second half of this season. And it's growing. It's becoming reality. Julius is there. He's doing his thing at times as well. I think it just takes enormous pressure off Julius when RJ is getting a lot of shots, getting to the cup. He's feisty, picked up his first tee last night. RJ showing a lot of passion, which you love to see, that fire for the game. He believes he's not getting the calls he deserves now. RJ's stats over the last 10 games are something like averaging 23 points, like 6 assists, shooting 44% from 2 and 44% from 3 as well. So I think, RJ Barrett in his last 10 games, he's maturing into that Batman that we need. And a salute to the young man. Allah, if Zion can get here and be healthy, it's a no-brainer. But if he keeps getting hurt, he could easily go bad as well. Yeah, it's tough, right, with the money situation. And that's where I say, the New York Knicks front office with their ties to CAA, if ever, for all the jokes about CAA and all the, the bad trades and, situations, if anything, if ever that's going to come home to help the New York Knicks, it's in this situation. Like I said, Zion's agent used to work under Leon Rose. Leon Rose used to be his boss, right? So if you don't think they're tight, you don't think that they talk on a regular, that's got to be some factor in this in terms of getting the intel that they need, the intel on Zion's future. So the New York Knicks could be in the box seat with RJ and Cam here as well. It could become a no-brainer next year. And Shah says the ball is in the Knicks' court when it comes to Zion. We can take him or we can gut the Pelicans, the picks and anything else if we can give them his 2 BFFs. Yep. Yeah, it's going to be something that's going to continue to gather storm and steam and rumbles and buzz and all of that. The Knicks, I guess, Leon and the front office, they don't talk a lot. They don't speak at all. If anything, a lot of people are frustrated. Writers are frustrated. But if anything, Leon Rose, the front office, their moves tell you what they're thinking as well. They are quite predictable when you connect the dots. They're very fussy with players they bring in, with their personality, their ties, their family, their commitment, their background, their intel. Time and time again, they go that route. That's why I favor us getting Jalen Brunson. I think Zion, we have that intel, and that's going to be a story to watch. But the New York Knicks front office does look for those things when they make moves, right? Especially with drafting. And he says there, RJ picked it up around the ASB last season as well. In the post-game interview, he said he apologized to the ref for the tech. Okay, I appreciate that. I did not hear that from RJ as well. He apologized to the ref, but he was just voicing frustration. He's not getting some calls. It's been a tough season, up and down for these players, right? We see it. Some games are coached, with the whistle tight. Some games you could hug the player and not get called for a foul. So, it's got to be tough for these players to know what to expect. And CT, big task. The media asked RJ if he can lead this team consistently on a daily basis. Yeah. And I think he said something like, "I'm not quite there yet. I've got a long ways to go. I'm still growing." I think did RJ, and I salute that young man. He's 21 years old. He's growing before our eyes. One thing that did worry me, was the contract. Obviously, the looming contract extension for RJ. It was a headache of a decision in terms of the earlier in the season. There was a lot of ups and downs, more downs. And that decision was going to be tough. But the RJ we're seeing now, he knows what's at stake for this team. He's stepped up, and he's showcasing growth in his game, his playmaking, his decision-making on the court, his court vision, and, of course, his shooting, the work that he's put in, on his shooting, his free throw shooting especially. RJ Barrett's put in a lot of work, on his game. And, he could be close to an all-star berth, closer than we might think. Nick Yak Mello wanted to come to New York for his wife, who wanted to model, and we traded 3 starters and young talent picks to get Mello for second half instead of waiting. And we had a winning team as well. That is appreciate you bringing that up, Nick Yak, as well. That was a situation where we were in similar circumstances as well, in terms of having the decision to make. I think that was made a bit more difficult because Carmelo Anthony forced the New York Knicks' hand. From what I remember, he wouldn't commit to waiting it out. He wanted his money before the CBA deal in the offseason was renegotiated. He wanted that trade and that contract extension as well. So the New York Knicks had to acquiesce to moving those deals as well. And of course, James Dolan stepped in for Donnie Walsh, who was the GM then as well. I hope that Leon Rose just has full autonomy still. All indications are that that Leon Rose does have full decision making. And like I say, he can be patient. The New York Knicks aren't expected to win right now. As much as the fans and the media are on the Knicks, we don't have that expectation to win right now just yet. So whilst we are, impatient somewhat, we do have that window of a few more years, I think, for this team to slowly continue to take that next step. And Be Civilized. Dolan was the reason he fought because they weren't seeing eye to eye, and then that trade Donnie Walsh. Yep. And Shah, the refs are way too inconsistent. Obviously, they've suffered their own challenges this season with the COVID, protocols, the situation with the refs blooding new referees and things like that. But my God, there's been some shockers in terms of the other night. The last week, especially that Brooklyn assistant coach, tapping the ball in live play and only getting a fine, right? That is ridiculous. He says, I was hoping RJ could be an all-star this season, but just needs to be aggressive and keep working on his game, and the results will come. Yep, absolutely, they will come. Steady growth, just each and every year, just grow at a new level. The next step. Last season was the 3-point shooting, and the free throw shooting improved. This year, I'm seeing an RJ with better handle and better playmaking going to his right hand, and better court vision as well. His court vision and assist making, has improved. Floor general playmaking has improved. RJ Barrett. I'd love to see his shot even continue to improve off the dribble and take that next step into shot creation. And Alas says, Knicks haven't been getting calls way before the guys on this team got here. But these last 2 years have been the worst. Absolutely. And you could see why they're frustrated with Randall and RJ. They get mauled going to the cup. And even Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose is probably the player that was fouled the most, right? He would get his head clipped every single time, when he does that athletic layup. And that's it, yeah. And straight facts, the chat is so knowledgeable. Zion taking the qualifying offer will be the league-changing event, historic and impactful. New York is the Mecca. Getting us all hyped with that one, Joseph. Appreciate that great comment. It will be historic and impactful. And it may be a very, very, very rare occurrence because Zion is that generational guy, right? He's made so much money. He does not have to worry about where the next dollar's coming from. He's got Jordan money. He's got off-court deals. The Mecca. If he can just put together 3, 4, 5 healthy seasons, in New York, it might even be worth it, right? It might even all be worth just going all in. And a league-changing event, in terms of tanking, people wanting that generational talent. Well, buyer beware. You could land the number 1 overall pick and get the next star. It does not mean you can keep that star, right? We could talk about the same thing with Evan Mobley. We could talk about the same thing about Donovan Mitchell. We could talk about the same thing about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It may get to a point in time where all young stars just aren't happy with where their organization is at. They could request a trade at any time, right? The clock is ticking on every young player right now. When Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets to 25 and 26 and OKC are not winning, best believe he's going to want out. So it does not mean that, when you draft a player, you've got them forever. Make no mistake. The league is trying to help young, low market, small market teams hold on to generational talent. But at the same time, they can't force that player to stay. And Alas says, Melo didn't force the Knicks to get him. They wanted him. He wanted to get his contract signed before the lockout. Facts. JR got caught in the lockout, which is how we got him as well. So cheap. Yeah, he was in China, and we got JR Smith. I remember on the it was what was the mid-level? It was a mini mid-level exemption. I think $2.6 million back then when we got JR Smith. It was an absolute steal. 6th man of the year on that deal, which was crazy. And Shah Legacy, B Facts, they're paying us back for last year when we broke the Vegas algorithm. We upset that algorithm. Absolutely. That was Tom Thibodeau, blood, sweat, and tears, and Julius Randle ascending, in terms of that. But this chat's on fire, buzzing tonight after a Knicks win. Hey, the world's a better place, isn't it, when the New York Knicks win, right? Even just for one night. We'll take it. But can the New York Knicks win tonight? What do you guys think? Let's look ahead to tonight's matchup. Give me your thoughts. Are you optimistic? Are you 50-50? Are you expecting the New York Knicks to lose to Cleveland? Me, I'm gonna sit here and say it's probably a 50-50 look. A salute the one and only man. My unc, Ron Cleveland, salute. Got the streets buzzing always. The streets are buzzing because of Ron Cleveland. Make no mistake. as well as the chat and everybody else. But Ron Cleveland, appreciate you. I hope you're well, fam. Give us your thoughts. Excited about Cam Reddish, Ron? You excited about getting Kemba out of here? I know you want Kemba on the next thing smoking, and let's talk about it. And Nick Yak, yeah, point with these role players who weren't winning with picks. We lost Melo, and we would have had a chance to get far, but not with the depleted team as well. Yep. Cue all the Ron Cleveland love. Salute from Shah Legacy. Allah says, yeah, this is a very knowledgeable chat. As always, we tell it like it is. This is the chat show. We keep it 100. We shout you out, and we keep the streets buzzing. Just healthy Knicks talk. And Fabian, if Mitch can't go, it's a loss for me as well. Good point with that, Fabian. And Mitch is a vital piece. I think Nerlens Noel, if he can step in, he can do his thing. I think he could still help us win tonight. I think he could still help us win. Nerlens Noel, all 155 pounds soaking wet of him as well. Ron says salute Shah Legacy as well. Ron, the amount of messages, the love, the people missing you, but I've been telling you, Ron's still around. He's still here. He's still a Knicks fan. He's still passionate as ever. He's watching, just like all of us, and he's always got his takes. And if you don't know, you know. Salute from Joseph John as well. Facts. And Mino, salute Mino. This should be a good test for RJ. The Cavs have a very good D with a lot of big bodies. That they do, Mino. There are a lot of trees, man. Jarrett Allen is a handful. And like Fabian been saying, without Mitchell Robb, how's Nerlens Noel going to cope with the giant that is Jarrett Allen up in here? That's going to be tough. And Ron says, salute to the whole chat. You heard him. Let's talk about it. And Melko, we have two other centers. Trade Noel's contract after a few good games, considering he's always hurt as well. Yep. I'd love to get me out of Nerlens' contract, Melko. $10 million. Your best ability is your availability. Like Ron says, we need to see what we can get for Nerlens Noel, right? He helps us when he plays. There's no doubt. But he's limited offensively. We already have Mitch that's limited offensively. We need a different center. We need a different look, right? Q1 Miles Turner, cue the buzz that's going to be out there, right? Maybe with Miles's stress reaction might get the price down, right? We might be able to, Leon Rose might be able to manipulate another steal for Miles Turner, right? And Ron says, yeah, we'll definitely get together. Let's talk about it soon. I appreciate it, Ron. The New York Knicks right the ship last night. And let's just get back to 500 again, right? And like the chat been saying, the chat's optimistic as always. If we can pull off a couple of unexpected wins, then don't write off this New York Knicks squad. One thing you can't do is write off a New York Knicks Tom Thibodeau coach team, because he is as stubborn as he is going to scratch, claw every single dub he can get. He can scratch, he can claw, he can do all of that. And Ron wants to drop on in, Ron. One thing I do, I drop the link, Ron. Everyone's going to want to jump in. So I'm, in keeping with the chat show, I'm going to drop the link, but only Ron's going to be able to jump in. We're going to continue to shout everybody out, though. I appreciate everyone as always. Again, I'm going to drop the link for Ron to come up in here. We all want to hear Ron's thoughts. And like E says, Ricky Rubio killed New York last game. He's out with a torn ACL. Oh, don't remind me about that, E. Facts. Ricky Rubio balled out with that situation. We don't have to worry about him. He might even retire soon too, Ricky Rubio, had his best game of his career against us, and then he retires in the same year. So Nick Yak says, yeah, we'll get crushed on the boards. If Tibbs has everyone getting back, we're not crashing the boards on defense, helping out. And Mobley was in health and safety protocol last game. I don't know if he's going to play. Hey, that'd be huge. That'd be huge, E. I didn't see that one. But possibly Mobley is out. Let me peep that. Yeah, facts. Yeah, I dropped the link for Ron. Peace. Be civilized. If we play New York City basketball with energy and effort and set the table, we can definitely give the Cavs the biz, confidence and optimism from Be Civilized, like always, as well. And I salute Wilson. Appreciate you. Facts, right? Yep. Yeah, appreciate that. Hey, Ron gave LRY his first mod job as well. Hey, that you're doing a great job. One of the wisest mods here. And pace is key versus the Cavs. Yeah, pace is key. Facts. Appreciate you, Jonovan, as well. Hey, everyone's rocking out tonight. Yeah, got you, Ron. You good? You good? Yeah, the chat's not going nowhere up in here. The streets are certainly buzzing after the New York Knicks win. We wrote this ship, but of course the trade buzz is going to continue up in here. The chat is certainly buzzing, and Jarvis said, "Yep, Ron Cleveland made me come back in the chat." Salute, big bro. Facts, right? Breaking the internet, breaking the chat. Mick Yak, Allen is a beast. That worries me. Look how much Brooklyn misses him. Yeah, they let that one go, right? Nick Yak, and that was Cleveland. Solid moves from Cleveland's GM, right? Was his name Colby Oatman? Kobe Altman. Got to give respect to Cleveland Cavaliers, right? They've put themselves in a position to get, as funny as this sounds, the Cleveland Cavaliers have put themselves in a position to get LeBron James back there again, right? Deja vu. Groundhog Day. Salute, little pressure, and appreciate you for that. I'm glad you enjoyed the interview with Mark Berman as well. Mark, generous with his time, and we'll continue to bring you the buzz from Mark Berman, on the regular, and talk, as he gives us his thoughts on the New York Knicks, and and many more guests, to come through. So yeah, stay locked in, little pressure, and appreciate everyone's thoughts in the comments of these videos as well in the chat. This is the chat show, on the regular now. Just rocking out, shouting you out. Healthy Knicks talk as well. Like I said, Tuesday night, tune in. I got, a star in the analytics industry, Simon G, the creator of shotquality.com. It's creating buzz in the analytics world. Over 60 NCAA teams use his software, his technology to quantify shots and give you a percentage, give coaches a better way of running their offense and understanding how to get the most efficient shots, in what part of the court, which player at which time, everything. And of course, NBA teams are now using his technology. And Simon is a New York Knicks fan. He's from New York. He's generous enough to come on the show Tuesday night. It's going to be a live stream. This guy, is blowing up in the analytics world. He's got all the big experts and media outlets following him. It's going to be a lot of buzz. It's going to be a lot of fun. So come through Tuesday night. And Nick Gass, appreciate you. I peeped that you've joined the sub squad. Appreciate you, and for coming through. Nick Yak, yeah, how could Cleveland take him back? Don't care how great he is. They'll just get their heart broken again and again, right? It's like taking back that abusive partner, right? That continues to let you down, but you keep taking them back. Yeah, this win was needed. Nick Gass in RJ's locker room now. That it is. Nick Gass, he's definitely stepped his game up. He's balling out, and that he is, And Joe says, for tomorrow's game, I'd love to stretch the floor and have our guys behind the 3-point line, a la Clippers did to the Jazz last year playoff. Gobert was ineffective. Yeah, but Tibbs too stubborn to adjust. Tibbs just doesn't like that kind of offense. He's a traditional big man coach. Tibbs loves his center out there as well. I just think he's going to try to get a center that can stretch the floor, a bit more as well. And Nick Gass, RJ cursing to the right direction, but humble himself as a Canadian as well. Yeah, he's fronting the media too. Nick Gass, talking in the press conferences. He's saying the right things. He's doing the right things, right? For a 21-year-old, like I said, he's more. RJ is more mature than some 30-year-olds in the league. Yeah. And the chat keeping it real, keeping it buzzing. Yeah, RJ for most improved. Oh, great call, Fabian. If that continues, watch this space. What did you think about Eastern Conference Player of the Week as well? Missed out. I thought Embiid was going to steal it from him, but Darius Garland stole Eastern Conference Player of the Week from RJ. That was rough because he did not have the same numbers RJ had, except he won Eastern Conference Player of the Week. So that's crazy right there. But yeah, the New York Knicks face the Cavs tonight. A bunch of trees out there. We could set the tone for this season if the New York Knicks pull off this win, against Cleveland. And like I've been saying with Cam Reddish here, that's just going to help a lot. In terms of when you bring a new player in the locker room, a talented young player that's friends with RJ Barrett, who's starting to ball out, who's who now in the locker room, right? This is RJ Barrett's team, and who's who in the locker room. Yeah, Nick Gass, RJ jersey selling more money. Forget tops rookies. His name sells. Yep. Put respect on his name. Facts too. He's got a whole country behind him too. You got all of Canada behind star Jay Barrett. And Wilson says, the NBA never shows love to RJ. And RJ is 14th. Thumbs up as well. And Bulls not the same, and Cleveland not the same without Rubio. Rubio was killing us last time. Yeah, facts, he was. We had no answer for Rubio that night. It was embarrassing. I hope that night never happens again. And I'm waiting to see RJ and Cam together on the floor. Me too. A la facts. Those two getting on the same page. Zion's going to be watching closely. He's going to be on tap with that. And it's going to be exciting. Two dynamic players that can bully their way to the cup as well. He won because his team was actually winning when it was all in. Yeah, I agree. Fabian, I could see that. I could see that happen as well. But yeah, it's going to be very, very important for the Knicks to put in a great performance and try and beat Cleveland because, going back to 2 games under 500 with Milwaukee, Miami, let's say if the New York Knicks do lose to Cleveland and then they lose to Miami and Milwaukee, that's 4 games under 500, right? Heading into the trade deadline, like Sharp Powers giving us that knowledge. There's only 8 more games to the trade deadline, right? Count them down, 8 more games to the trade deadline. So this team's evaluating, it's showcasing who's staying, who's going. RJ Barrett's showing what he's made of. Cam Reddish is waiting for more minutes, for the log jam to get cleared up. And I think that Evan Fournier's got to be looking possibly for a new home. Alec Burks could be possibly looking for a new home. And Fabian says we won because his team was actually winning. Yep. And Nick Gass, Scam Reddish is a next year project, knowing Tibbsdale as well, Thibodeau as well. Nice play on words, Nick Gass. I think Leon Rose has got to call the shots at the end of the day. Like he's got to show Tom Thibodeau, hey, we got this player in there. I'm going to clear a spot for him. You better play him right there. And And is it too late to send Randall to Sacktown? No, I don't think it's too late. But yeah, let's see. Sack is one of the teams that are reportedly interested for Randall, but I don't see it happening. It's not likely. But if there is a team that we could deal with Randall, I think it is Sacramento. But I just don't see it happening. I think they're going to give Randall another year up in here. They're conscious of what it looks like. I think they're conscious of dedicating their future to Randall. Signing that contract extension and building around him. And Fabian, I believe RJ will have a rough time with Markkanen, and Alas says Markkanen's out, so that's going to be interesting. And a lot of injury ravaged teams. We've got a ball movement, limited turnovers, 50-50 balls, rebounding. Is critical against the Cavs. Yep, absolutely facts. Yep, with that one. And key tomorrow is stopping Darius. Yep, he's dynamic. Absolutely. Hope we attack him and get in foul trouble. Cavs offense falls apart without a guard play dishing out to the 7-footers as well. Could take Joseph. Of course, we know Colin Sexton is out. So Colin Sexton's out there. The Darius Garland is the engine of that team right now, right? So we got to slow him down, right? Another reason I don't want Kemba Walker to come back. Tell me what you think. What do you think about Kemba Walker coming back to this team? It's got to have frustrated Tom Thibodeau with this situation coming in and out. Nick Gass, Sacramento will love Randall contract. They're so broke. That is Randall's biggest asset, I think. The fact that you can get a franchise type guy for $19 million in the interim, that's young still. I think that's still could entice some teams as well. Yeah, and Evan Mobley playing, by the way. Salute Fabian, appreciate that. Yeah, Evan Mobley, the one to watch. Evan Mobley, the one to watch with this situation, right? He's a generational talent. He's lighting things up. And E. Gibson, back-to-back is tough, but New York Knicks has been playing better on the road than at home. I like some balanced scoring. We had 4 players in double digits versus LAC. Absolutely. Back-to-back's tough. The New York Knicks do need to get off to a great start. We bring up the box score there. They got off to one of their best first quarters, 39 points, and then continued with consistency, 27. Getting off to a great start. The one thing is when you're on the road, the bad thing is you can't get off to a slow start at all, right? Then you're screwed. If the Cavs get off hot, the crowd goes crazy. The New York Knicks are going to struggle without that leader on the floor, without the leader or the point guard. And but yeah, they have been better on the road, and we need balanced scoring, like you say. Yep, 4 players in double digits, and keeps the spotlight off of Randall. He's a special teams type of player. And Fabian says, Cavs go super large with Markkanen at the small forward spot. Absolutely. And maybe on the road, Randall can finally relax and play ball away from MSG. Absolutely. And hey, without further ado, he needs no introduction. The one, the only. Man.
CT, what's going on with you, man?
Hey, it's been a long time, man. Pleasure to share the screen with you again, as always.
Man. CT, what's going on with you, man? What's new? What's going on with your partner?
Hey, the same old,
Man,
this New York Knicks verse.
I gotta confess to you, man. I was asleep. I got up. You know how you have to get up in the middle of the night, go to the bathroom. So I'm a guy who don't sleep much at night anyway. I'm always up. So I was like, let me see what's going on in the sports realm. And so I get this alert I see on my phone. I say, is this a replay? And showed up. It said he was live, man. I gotta commend you, man. It is 3:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time where I'm at, man. And you know, I mean, to see you doing your thing, man, this is a joy, man. It's truly a joy. I remember you coming on the show, man, and the streets are buzzing, you know, and to see it now, man, it's a beautiful joy, man. It's like watching your kid grow, man, and it's a beautiful thing. I've been watching, you know, behind the shadows in the shadows, but I got to give you your flowers, man. Congrats, keep doing your thing. You see my streets is buzzing shirt is starting to go away from me, but I gotta cop me another thing. You know what I mean? You got the nice merch, so I got to get me some more of that, man. Y'all support my man's show. Hey, support him. Hey, he knows what he's talking about, and you know he's gonna give you the clean content. And that's the only reason why I'm here. If it's filthy, I don't want to be a part of it. If it ain't talking the truth, I don't want to be a part of it. If it ain't got no solutions, I can't keep being a part of it. There ain't nothing wrong with saying what's wrong. But at some point, we got to talk about how we can make this thing fly straight. You know what I mean? So hey, shout out to you, man. So let's talk about it.
Hey, appreciate you. Hey, first and foremost, man, this thing, you know, you gave us all a platform. People in the chat got their start with you, man. It's the Knicks. We salute the Podfather, of course. It gave you opportunities to dial in and give you a voice. In turn, you given us a voice. You gave me a voice on your show, and I'll be forever grateful for that. And of course, I'm a better person for having known you as well, you know, as a friend. So with that said, Ron, you know, it's been a while. You know, a lot's happened this season. Right time of year, you know, the trade talks buzzing. Give us straight, you know, how do you work this thing?
I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm not gonna get too enamored with that win Sunday. That's fool's goal is not sustainable. But the thing I am happy about, I am happy to see my man Cam Reddish, and I'm gonna say it like a guy back in the days. If y'all know where I'm going from when I say guy, you already know where I'm headed with this. Cam, you know what I mean? That as soon as I thought of that, we got him. It just made me think about that old song by guys called Jam. For the youngsters that ain't never heard of the group Guy, man, hey, check it out. That song Jam, you know what I mean? But hey, that's what I thought about. You know, Teddy Jam. That's the name of that song by Guy. And so the first thing I thought about, I was like, Cam. You know what I mean? So I got to give Cam Reddish a shout out. I love that move. It's much needed. We got to get more athletic on that wing and that starting lineup. There's no athleticism. You already know. You already know. We're the slowest, one of the slowest team. I think we're 29th in pace in the league. So we have to get better in that regards, man. And so it's a no win, high risk reward signing. And I think it's a precursor to something else. And I'm going to tell y'all what that is here shortly. But that's how I feel about that Cam Reddish signing. And Tibbs, you got to give the man more than 5 minutes. I understand he's just getting in there. But hey, especially in a game like yesterday, you give him more than 5 minutes when the Knicks was in control of that game the whole time. The whole time. And Cam looked good out there. He really did. So shout out to Cam. You know what I mean? Shout out to Leon Rose. You got that one right. I give you that.
Yep, working it, Ron. I think, yeah, smart business, and that's going to be a move that changes things around for this future. I think.
Yeah.
You're building around RJ now.
And there's something else that I noticed with that signing. You notice watching them yesterday. It's no secret to me that they played with more energy yesterday. Guys are nervous. Their palms are sweaty. They know this guy is coming for somebody's spot. So that's why they played as hard as they played yesterday. Other than the fact they've been on their last three. So yeah, in that regards, man, I'm happy for that move. But like I said, I'm not gonna get overly excited about that win yesterday. Let's face it, it was a depleted team. They don't have two of their stars, so we should have won that game. More often than not, the Knicks would have lost that game yesterday. So, you know, it's good to get back on the winning side, man. But I got some other opinions, man. Any questions you want to ask me, I'm gonna give you straight, no chaser. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, let's pivot to the point guard spot. You know, he's been in and out of the lineup. He was one of the major signings. Yeah, we did a big show when the move was made. You texted me I must admit I was excited when it happened. Hasn't gone the way we hope. Is it time? Is it time to find Kemba a new home?
Yeah, Kemba Walker, like I said, it would have been a good fairy tale, good, storybook ending to his career. In my opinion, it was 5 years too late of a signing. We could have got him sooner. You can see the flashes of brilliance when he's on the court. He knows how to run an offense, but his defense has always been something not great. It is what it is when you got a player that small. But then again, size don't mean everything because there's small guys who can defend, but defense wasn't his strong suit anyway. But them knees just won't cooperate, man. Them knees, once you get arthritis in them knees, man, it's the beginning of the end. It don't get any better. So, shout out to Kemba Walker, man. I love the guy, personality. He's a professional. Of course, he's from the city. He knows the pain, blues, and agony that we have felt as Knicks fans. He himself is a Knicks fan, you know what I mean? Make no mistakes about it. So shout out to Kemba Walker, man. No, ain't no shame in what's going on. Is basically his body betraying him, man. You know what I mean? And definitely moving Kemba is not because of lack of talent, not because of his game, man, but it's just the fact, and you said it earlier, and shout out to my man Stink, a.k.a. Mr. Slereth, that coined that phrase, your best ability is availability. If you ain't available, you have no ability. And so, therein is where it lies with Kemba Walker for me, man. It's not about the talent because make no mistakes about it. That guy was healthy, the Knicks would be a better team. But the funny thing about it, when you come back around full circle, when you think about Kemba and RJ is kind of intertwined. And what I mean by that, RJ game goes as Kemba goes. When Kemba is not on the floor with RJ, you see RJ more assertive. You know what I mean? He's not playing a passive role, backseat role. And I got to give RJ credit too. Shout out to RJ. Y'all know people who heard me on Uncle Freezy show. Shout out to Uncle Freezy and that Blowers Tales Network. I said it. My man, don't talk to me about trading RJ was being called, was Mr. Inconsistent. But from what I'm seeing now, I think the guys figured it out, man. Shout out to him. And I got to give him his flowers. Got to give Mitch his flowers too because I wasn't too happy with him. But Mitch is playing great. Sorry to see that ankle sprain. Hopefully, it's not something that's going to keep him out long term because we need Mitch, man. We need him. We can't depend on Nerlens Noel. And I said this when I first got back in CT, like getting in front of the camera. Nerlens Noel, I said we was going to regret that contract, man.
Yep.
That's a regret. That's a major regret. Re-signing him like that. Injury, man. The injury bug is something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. The good thing is it's not a huge contract; it's movable. But Ron, we have three centers that can't shoot or score very well. With that said, Miles Turner's names on the block, and you see somebody you'd like to get in here. Some people talk about Miles rebounding.
Before the injury, because I think didn't he broke his foot, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's not broken, but it's a stress reaction.
Okay, so that basically telling me that it's on the way to being if they don't shut him down. So
yeah,
with the fact that you got the young kid in there, I wouldn't be opposed to having Miles, but the problem is now you have Mitch, and there's no way you're gonna bring Miles Turner here and have Mitch and have Nerlens Noel. Nerlens Noel, that's a lot of money to be tied up in your centers. So somebody has to go, and maybe even a couple of them, because I'm telling you right now, I'm not getting rid of Jericho Sims. Not moving him, man. I like what I see from that young fella, and I got my opinions about the coach, and I'll talk about him too when you get to that. But yeah, I wouldn't move him. Miles would be an upgrade for sure because you have somebody who can score at that position and not someone who's dependent on a lob or putbacks. Garbage points is basically what Mitch gets. And a lot of putbacks. But I'm at a point with that center position, man. We need more from that center position, man. This is a modern game of basketball. Mitch style of basketball, for as good as it is really like a 90s early 2000, more of an early 2000 style that you use for your center, where you got your center that can run the floor, finish, put backs, a la Tyson Chandler. You see what I'm saying? You need more from that position because the floor is going to shrink if you got a center that can't shoot.
What do you think of one Harlem native, Mo Bamba, who's shooting the rock now?
I love him. I love the energy. The guy is active. Basically, what he is a Mitch that can actually shoot. He's a Mitch that can shoot. And another guy that, from the city, the pain, blues, and agony. You know what I mean? He gonna bring it every night. So hey, I'm not opposed to making a move. Not to mention, you don't lose anything athletically with Mo Bamba. You don't lose nothing.
No.
So that would be a good move. That would be a good move if they can pull off something like that.
Yep, and we're working our way up the tree. The Julius Randle took us all by storm last season. Made it fun, talking every single night. Wowed us. What have you seen from Julius this season?
This one hurts. Because you see a guy who helped bring the Knicks back to relevance. No mistaken, he was a major part, the major reason, the foundation for why the Knicks made the playoffs. But you got to look at this thing on a serious note, man. You got to look at it for what it is. And I've been a Knicks fan long enough. I've seen a lot of players come in, a lot of players go. And things that I pay attention to with a player is this thing. Is this thing. Ain't so much as, what can you do on your court? Because if you're in the NBA, you're about 1% of people who make it to the league. So, in that regards, all these guys that's playing in the league, you got to have skill to be here. There's no mistake in that. But I'm looking at leadership, and I'm looking at your mentality, and I'm looking at energy, and I'm looking at effort. And when I got to question that as a fan of any player in any sport that I like, it's time for you to, this is your captain speaking. Please put your tray in the upright position. Fasten your seatbelts. Prepare for takeoff to parts unknown. That's where I'm at on Julius Randle. That stunt that Julius Randle did, man. That stunt he did. I can forgive. But we as humans, we don't forget. You know what I mean? We can forgive, but we as humans, we don't forget. Yeah. And that's not to mean that you hold a grudge because you don't forget, because naturally we're not a computer. You can't just erase. I do forgive the guy for what he did, but it tells me a lot about his makeup and handling not only the media. The guy hadn't talked to the media since the 20-something. The Knicks got fined, $25,000. What I see you do on the court, you're constantly complaining and crying with the coaches. I mean, with the refs. Once them guys make a call, it is what it is. They're not going to change it. Get your butt back down court and play defense. And one of the things that teased me off the most about watching him is when the guy makes a turnover, which is very often, the guy doesn't get back to try to stop the play. I saw him like the last game that we lost, he made a turnover and he got back and he blocked the shot. That probably was the first time I seen him do that.
Yep.
All the rest of the time, his energy level and effort, if anybody in Julius Randle himself, go look at your tape from last year and look at what you put on the court this season, and you tell me that that's the same energy you've been playing with all season. And you're lying. You're straight up lying. I'll tell you to your face you're lying. Because we ain't caught. One thing I'm not going to do, I'm not one of them guys that just going to get on players just to get on players. But if I see where you're not giving maximum effort, man, one thing you can control as an athlete is effort. That's all we ask for. And if we lose, we lose. But don't sit here and try to blow smoke and tell me you playing hard when I can clearly look at you and see that you ain't playing hard. And the Knicks have had a habit of that. All season, if you look at the way we've lost games and a lot of reasons due to the fact that we're not giving effort. And that's what hurt the most. A lot of these games we lost, if we would have gave effort, because you see it, the team gets down, we start losing, and then they decide to play better offense. I mean, try to play hard. By then, you didn't set a tone. The game is over with. You know what I mean? And I've never seen in all my years of watching basketball, CT, where there's a team where your second unit is better than your first unit. I have never, ever seen that. So that's where I'm at on Julius Randle, man. It's time for Julius Randle to go. And since you went there, Cam, that whole Cam signing, you can read between the lines where that's going, where that's headed. It's a precursor to Julius Randle being gone. That's what it is. That's what it is. Julius, if I was a betting man and I don't gamble, I would push all my chips to the table and tell you that Julius Randle would be going back to New Orleans, or there would be some kind of 3-team trade with New Orleans at some point, because Zion is not going to sign an extension with them. That's like the worst kept secret in basketball. He's going to be the first player since they implemented this new max deal for players that get signed to their original team that can sign that max contract. He will be the first one to not do it.
Yeah, he can afford to. I've been saying, he's got the Jordan money. He's got all the endorsements waiting for him in New York. He'll be $1 billion athlete if he stays healthy in New York. And I agree with your Randall takes. And the thing is, people expect Randall to be some leader when he's never really been that. And he's 27 years old. He ain't fully mature yet. He's not a 31-year-old vet still. He just turned 27 years old.
And typically, CT, at this point in your career, when you've been playing basketball as long as these guys have been playing, if you're 27, at this point you are who you are. You know what I mean? Some guys can reinvent themselves later in life, but typically, who you are is who it's going to show in your game. And Julius Randle is obvious, man. And that thumbs down to the fans, that really teed me off. You know what I mean? If I was Leon Rose that night, he would have been gone. Yeah, and it ain't no knock if they move him. I hear some people saying, well, you can't move Julius because Julius helped us get this thing back on track. Stop that. Being sentimental can mess you up in business. You got to know when to move on from people. And right now, in my opinion, if I had a vote in that front office, I'm getting him up out of here.
Yeah, and what he said to me, the press conference sort of didn't reflect well to me. Saying what he said, the New York Knicks probably needed to held him out of that press conference. That was the main one they should have held him out of, because he was too hot to talk about it. But let's see, Julius Randle's got a very tradable contract. I've of the mindset that they'll keep him around for one more year, just to show some loyalty, stability, to show that they extended him and that they want to keep him around. But you're right, it's looking towards RJ's team.
And unless it's a deal that you can't refuse, it's an opportunity to pivot, because what I'm seeing from RJ is showing me that I won't say so much as build around RJ, because RJ still got a lot of growing to do too, because RJ is not the number one guy. RJ is not commanding double teams. You know what I mean? So in that regards, he is playing off of Julius' troubles that Julius see night in and night out still. And Julius is still getting these double teams. You know what I mean? Double and sometimes triple teams. You know what I mean? But we got to let RJ continue to grow. And so with what you're saying about possibly him being here for the rest of the season and Julius, I think can help RJ's development to potentially moving to being that guy. But making RJ the number one right now, I would not do it right now, this moment. I wouldn't do that this season. Yeah, give the young fella a little bit more time to slow cook.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I think bringing in a fellow guy like Cam, who knows him well and can make him feel more comfortable, show that the organization's supporting him. Yeah. And so Tom Thibodeau, won Coach of the Year, helped us overachieve last season with with a mediocre roster. This season, the front office, hasn't got him all the pieces that he needed. But at the same time, there's a lot of fans not happy with some of the things we're seeing with Tibbs's moves, Obi Toppin, things like that. Where do you see Tom Thibodeau's future headed?
And I wanted to touch back on the RJ situation too, before I answer that question. When you look at RJ, I think when we first got RJ, before Julius got here, you said you was going to focus on RJ being that guy. I think it would have been great. He would have been the guy right now because all accounts that I'm seeing, he's showing that he can progress his game. I mean, he's starting to get a little mid-range game. I'm loving that. He got the pull-up. He can get. I'm starting to see a lot in RJ's game. I got to give the young fella credit. I wasn't sure that I could see it, but hey, shout out to RJ for putting in the work, man. And then the reason why I say that is I look back at his time at Duke, albeit brief. When I always point to the fact when Zion Williamson went down, everybody expected Duke to take kind of a step back. RJ was the man of that team at that time, and that offense was really running. RJ was being the point guard. He was running that offense, and he was the guy. So when I look at it, RJ has all the tools to be a number one guy. You know what I mean? He just got to continue to slow cook, and then you put him into that role. But I will say this: getting to Tom Thibodeau and what you asked about Tom Thibodeau and Obi, I'm gonna tell y'all like this.
Oh,
I've seen enough of Tom Thibodeau, and I say it like this: no disrespect to him. He's a very good coach defensively. Offensively, he leaves something to be desired. It's clear to me he's somebody that can set the table, meaning build your culture, build a foundation. But you're gonna need somebody to come in and do the finishing work. Because in every stop that he's been at, he's not been able to finish. He can set a table, but he can't finish. And that's my knock on Tom Thibodeau. And there's no knock to him. In every sport, you got guys, especially like in football, you got an offensive coordinator, you got the defensive coordinator, and you got your head coach. Some guys, you put them in a head coach role that were great offensive coordinators or defensive coordinators, they don't look as good. But you put them back in their role where they can just concentrate on what they're great at, and there's no mistaking what they do. Tom Thibodeau, make no mistakes about it. When he's just able to concentrate on defense, awesome. But I think as having to be the guy to run everything, I've seen enough. I've seen enough, and thinking about the fact, this is one knock on him, major knocks for me, is when you have young players balancing time between the young players and the veterans. Tom Thibodeau is terrible at it. He gets an F in my book. Because there's a lot of guys on this team, not just Obi, that deserves more playing time that's not getting more playing time. And the scary thing with Obi Toppin, I know Obi still got a lot of work to do. He still has a lot of work. But I've seen enough flashes. I've seen enough in this guy to say, hey, this guy need to get more minutes. You need to accept what mistakes this guy make and allow him to continue to grow. Because what I fear with Obi Toppin is the same thing that just happened to Kevin Knox.
Yep.
You have a young guy, you don't allow him time to really play. And then what happens as the guy contract, because every year there's one less year in your contract. Then the guy gets to a point where you have to make a decision and you let the guy leave, let the guy walk, and he goes someplace else and he becomes that guy. Kevin Knox, I think, going to have a future in the NBA. I've always said it. I just felt like the New York Knicks, the lights were too big. But in fairness to him, the guy didn't get enough. He didn't get enough. When you look at it, what guy that was first team, rookie all first team, that loses his starting spot the next year? When have we ever seen that?
Never.
And that's the thing that I call, I have a saying, you know it very well. Front office malpractice, and there's coaching malpractice too, that we want to add to that. Coaching malpractice is what happened to Kevin Knox. And it's the same thing I fear that could happen to Obi if we're not careful, and that's something that we need to watch closely going further. Obi has to get more minutes, and that's the problem with Julius Randle being here. That's another reason why I want him going. I'm at the point, CT, where I'm not looking for this team really playoff. If we get to the playoffs, that's great. And that's not gonna make me happy making the playoffs. What's gonna make me happy is this team committing to something that they haven't committed to since Patrick Ewing was here. Since Patrick Ewing left, this team has not committed to a full rebuild of young players and letting this thing continue to grow. When everybody say, well, why this team got the young players playing? It's because they let them play. The New York Knicks are the only team that I've seen do this, other than the Lakers, that we don't play young players. We always try to skip steps and go get guys that's past their prime, or try to steal somebody else's free agent, somebody else's star, and hope they come in and be that guy. Groom your own players. And that's where we fail as an organization for the last 20, 30 plus years.
Yeah, I use the word microwave, Ron. We try to microwave a 7-course meal and hope that it's the same as a 5-star restaurant. And New York City, it's the hardest place to do that, they say. But most fans would be open to taking a few more years of pain, right? Because we've had, like you said, since Patrick Ewing, we've had how many years of pain? And we've been treading the treadmill for 25 years so much.
Insanity. It's straight up insanity, man. That's what we've been doing.
Kristaps, was it, whether you like him or not, he was another a mismanaged asset.
Absolutely. Was I surprised that thing ended the way it did? I'm not surprised at all. Of course, we know his brother was, with family and business, that could be a tricky, sticky situation. But, it is what it is, man. And the Knicks, we have to make a commitment. And being that you need to make a commitment, let's talk about another way that, when I was talking about Tom, tell me what an organization, I'm going to throw this at you, where you have a young player, where you're struggling at the point guard position, and there's a game where this point guard, and you know who I'm talking about when I say this, where you see the point guard have 9 assists, no turnovers, 4 steals, and I believe it might have been close to 21 points in that game. And they don't get an opportunity to further develop at the position where you're struggling at the most. And the guy can play defense. You tell me what organization mires that player on the bench, because I don't care in whatever league you're playing in. 9 assists and 0 turnovers is hard to do, period. I wonder who was the last young player to come in and have a game where they have 9 assists and no turnovers. And you know who I'm talking about, Deuce McBride.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
It's a shame that we're not trying to invest in that guy further this season. That's what I'm saying. This team ain't going anywhere. I'm not going to get excited by Evan Fournier having a blowout game where he throws up a bunch of points. All that stuff ain't sustainable, man. Because if it was, he'd been doing it every night, being consistent. Same thing with Kemba. Them knees are not sustainable. These are the guys you brought in to be a part of this thing, to make this thing move forward. So it's clear that does not work. So what you need to do is pivot. You got these young players. Grimes, I'm happy about that he's getting the time that he's getting to play. But if you move Evan Fournier, that's only going to help his development further. And the same thing, with Deuce McBride. We need to stop trying to make Quickly a point guard. Quickly is better. Everybody know when he can just let that thing fly and he don't have to be thinking too much.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Deuce McBride, 16 assists in the G League. 16 and 16. the other
Yeah,
night.
I saw that stat line. What was it, a few nights ago?
Yeah,
It's unbelievable what we're watching, and it's got to come to a point, man, where we talking about committing to our future. We need to find out fully what we got in these young guys and let these guys play. Because this season, like I said, man, I'm not getting too enamored with the fact that the Knicks, winning games and might make the playoffs. I'm not looking at just getting in no playoffs, man. I'm ready for this thing to be built the right way. Let's talk about sustainable winning, man. Stop skipping steps.
yeah, absolutely. And I think the biggest issue was winning last season, Ron. That made them think that Evan Fournier would, to please Tom Thibodeau, would help us take the next step. But instead, we tried to build more levels on a building that the foundations weren't right on.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Yeah,
think we got to reverse some steps. We got to go back and build the floor again, and continue with RJ Barrett, Cam Grimes, like you said. Let Quickly be who he is. Deuce McBride, and of course, Mitchell Robinson.
exactly.
But with Tom Thibodeau here, we can't really do that, right? He's a roadblock to losing some, playing some young players minutes at expense of losing, because he apparently hates that whole process. Of course, he's 64 years old. He's trying to win and relive his past. He's
Yeah, and to your
failed.
words earlier, he's in microwave mode. That's what Tom Thibodeau is in right now. He is not in the crock pot mode, being a slow cooker. That's not where he's at in this point in his career. You know what I mean? That guy is more to the end of his NBA career than he is to the front of it. You know what I mean? So that's another thing. We need to be more innovative, man. It's time for a new scene. I'm sick and tired of reinventing the wheel, going after these guys that's been there and done that. Give these young guys, up and coming guys, an opportunity, man. You know what I mean? It ain't a secret why we got Johnny Bryant listed as assistant head coach when all these guys on Tom Thibodeau roster, on that coaching staff, a lot of these guys have been with him. They're not the assistant. It's a reason why they did that, and it's time in my book. It's time. It's time to move on, man. It's time to move on.
Yeah, you think? Would you want Johnny
Absolutely.
to be the next guy?
Absolutely.
Yep.
One thing I like about him, and it's one thing that you have to be able to do not only in sports but in life and in any kind of business, any kind of arena. Your communication skills, being able to connect with people, especially in sports, you have to be able to connect. If you can't do that, you're not going to be successful. And that guy can communicate with young players, with players. Period. Even you notice when he speaks, when they interview him at halftime. Sometimes you know how they interview the different coaches on the team, and you just listen to that guy. He's a guy that commands attention, and he's a guy that gets it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I would love for that guy to be our coach.
And they know what's up. He's friends with Donovan Mitchell, tight as ever. He's tight with Damian Lillard, the league. I think this is where this thing's going. And I think Leon Rose.
That's a great point you brought up. That's another thing that they fail to recognize. When you think about, we've been trying to attract superstars to New York City to play. When you got a guy like Johnny Bryant that's a communicator, in sports sometimes, especially in football, you hear this term, he's a player's coach. He's a player's coach.
Yep.
That's what Johnny Bryant would be. But he would be somebody, too, that wouldn't be afraid to call you out. Because I watch him a lot of times on the sideline, and I'm watching his demeanor, and I'm watching how he's interacting with guys. When they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, he's getting on them, and he's commending guys when they're doing what they're supposed to do. And that's the sign of a good leader, man. That's a good sign. That's a sign of a good leader. Johnny Bryant should be the New York Knicks' next coach. You know what I mean? Don't go out here and try to find somebody that's been there and done that. I'm sick of that. You know what I mean? If you ain't going and getting the best of the best in that realm, just stay away from it. Just stay away from it, man. And let's just move this thing forward, man, and get some fresh blood, some fresh takes on how this game should be played and how teams should play as a cohesive unit.
Yeah, my biggest thing is the offense. It just looks ugly.
Oh man,
Tom Thibodeau. He doesn't have any creation, no set plays, no structure.
CTI. I look at us, man, and it sickens me. I'm gonna tell you what our offense really looks like to me. On most nights, it looked like a glorified pickup game.
Facts.
That's what it looks like, man. Like a pickup game with NBA players.
Why do you think it took 5 vets so long to say they got to get on the same page? It's because everybody was freestyle. No one really knew.
And all that isolation basketball, that needs to go too. I mean, if you think about even when the inception of the game of basketball, when when they teach basketball to the youth, it's all about ball movement. It's not about being ISO. That has never been the case. You're not winning championships with that type of offense. You're not. You're not doing it. You're supposed to be able to do that when the shot clock run down and you need somebody to get you a bucket. That's the time to go ISO. But you shouldn't have that being ISO. And having Julius Randle continue to bring the ball up and play in a point forward position when he's clearly not that dude. You actually contributed to Julius Randle's downfall and the problem that Julius Randle is having because you're making him handle the ball when he shouldn't be handling the ball. That should not be something that you do 100% of the time.
No. And I think he lets him do that. He trusts Randle so much, Ron, that he allows him to break plays. The amount of times I've seen Julius Randle break a play.
Yeah. And Tibbs, for as much as he tried to talk about accountability, I'm sick of him making excuses for Julius Randle too. He need to stop with that, man. You can call out RJ talking about RJ need to get out there and work. You know what I mean? When RJ was struggling, but you ain't saying nothing to Julius, who clearly was loafing a lot of times on plays. And everybody saw it, man. We saw the same game, man. You know what I mean? Don't do that. You know what I mean? And that's how you lose locker rooms. That's how you lose teams, is when you can't be transparent with everybody on the team. You know, and the thing I love about Popovich, and I always remember this, and what was reports on him when they said that what made Pop great is the fact that he went at everybody. Even Duncan got chewed out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's the sign of a good leader. You can't be biased because it's gonna show. It's gonna show because what you're getting on one player for, if you got another player doing the same thing, you're not saying nothing. That's bias. So man, it's time for that plan to gas up and get Tom Thibodeau up out of here too. I'm not. I had enough of Tom Thibodeau.
With that said, it's on the president, Leon Rose. He's new to this job. Is he the guy to also put everybody in the right place, set the table for the championship? In terms of he brought Tom Thibodeau here because he has a relationship. Is he able to look past the relationship and make that hard decision and not let Tom Thibodeau finish out his contract, but to make that right move? Because what I'm hearing, Ron, is there's too many cooks in the kitchen. This is what's been told to me. You got Perry, Worldwide West, Leon, and Tibbs, Barkin, and Brock Aller, and everybody having their own say.
Well, I can tell you this, to your point on that, and a lot of people don't know, but I play the keyboard. You know what I mean? And I play by ear. But there's something with a band. When you have a band, you're supposed to have one sound. When everybody's playing together in a band, it's supposed to make one sound that harmonizes. Everybody's supposed to sound like that thing is just fluid. You can't have everybody talking. You got to have one person leading. There's nothing wrong with getting input, but at the end of the day, you can't have everybody trying to have their way. That's not going to work. You got to have one voice. And Mr. Dolan, shout out to James Dolan. He's not paying all that kind of money that he's paying to these guys for that to be going on. And if that's going on where everybody want their way, it's not going to work. You got to have one guy. You know, like my dad used to always say, you know, it can't be more than one man in one house.
Yep.
You know what I mean? When your kids start getting older, if you got a son, as he start getting older, you know, he's gonna flex his muscle a little bit. You know, he's gonna want to challenge you. You know, you can't have more than one man in one house. And the same thing for a woman. You can't have more than one woman in one house. Because that's gonna cause problems. You gotta have one voice, man. You gotta have one voice.
You got to have one person that's ready to pull rank, right? Let's say Walmart. You can't. How many CEOs is Walmart gonna have? Just one, right?
Yeah, it's just one. When that word says CEO, man, they ain't say CEOs. You know. Yeah,
Yep.
man. So when I look at the front office, for me, the front office, when it comes to evaluating them, I give them an A+ with the draft moves. A+.
Yep.
But where I give them an F at is in free agency. They have failed in free agency beyond compare. And I'm not just looking at this season. I'm looking at since Leon Rose has been here. Even year one, he failed. You know what I mean? And the trade deadline, I'm swinging back to him being okay, but the pendulum is still a little bad at the trade deadline too. You know, getting Cam was a great move, but the fact that it was obvious that you knew the Knicks needed a point guard when you reached out to Cleveland, and there was reports that there were 2 offers that the Knicks gave to Cleveland to try to get him. Well, if you're going to give 2, you keep going until you get him. You make that move when this team has been devoid of a point guard since Stephon Marbury. Yep. You had an opportunity to get Lonzo Ball. You didn't make that move. And CT, you remember when we was on the show and I said it. I said my biggest fear is that we didn't get Lonzo at the trade deadline. We're not going to get him when he becomes a free agent. Because now you open the door for other teams to get involved. And from what I'm hearing, reports saying that we had an opportunity to get DeRozan. DeRozan was interested in being a Knick. We didn't get him. Look at Chicago.
We got cheap at the wrong time.
Yeah, we got cheap at the wrong time, exactly. And from everything that we've seen from Leon Rose, he's trying to win cheap. You brought Alfred Payton back here when you let all them point guards leave last year that you could have gotten, but you brought Alfred Payton back. You can't, and he should know better than anybody because he's been in the business atmosphere. There's a saying, scared money don't make money.
Facts.
You got to be willing to make the necessary moves to make things better. And especially, again, when you had a team that hadn't had a point guard, one that we drafted since Mark Jackson and Rod Strickland and Charlie Ward. Charlie Ward was a serviceable point guard. But having that dude at that point guard position, we hadn't had one that this team drafted since Mark Jackson and Rod Strickland. Let that sink in.
It's becoming ridiculous now. We're playing Alec Burks as a point guard.
That's another reason why Tibbs got to go. Alex Burks is not a point guard. Why don't you play Deuce McBride?
He's scared to lose.
Answer that. I mean, can anybody answer why that kid ain't playing?
He's scared to lose, I think. Or they're waiting at the trade deadline to then not tank the season, but see where we're at and then give the
decide whether or not we're going to be buyers or sellers.
And think about this. He won't even play quickly as a point guard. Even when D Rose and Kemba was out, he went to Alec Burks straight away.
That's when I knew our season was in trouble. If you're playing Alex Burks as our starting point guard, more often than not, you're going to lose.
Yeah, it's up to Leon Rose to figure this thing out, right? De'Aaron Fox, where do you sit with him? Jalen Brunson, there's some names that's available.
I like Jalen Brunson, but that ain't going to do it for me. Stop going for these guys that, they're decent on other teams, man. We need a difference maker at that point guard position. Like I said, man, if we ain't getting no difference maker, you may as well keep running with the young fellas, man. Because will Jalen Brunson be that much of an upgrade over Deuce McBride? long term.
Maybe for a year.
Jalen
That's
Brunson
it.
at this point of his career is who he is. Deuce McBride has the ability to be very good. I see his ceiling being better than Jalen Brunson's.
Yep.
So they need to just get up. When I heard that they're going after him, I just shook my head. And we got to stop digging at other people's trash can too. On teams that haven't won anything, we keep going to these teams. If you're gonna go pluck somebody, go pluck somebody from a champion. You know what I mean? Don't go with the players that haven't won nothing. Why we keep dealing with Dallas? All these other teams out here, we got to keep going to Dallas for players. Come on, man.
The Dallas
That's
Mavericks.
repetitive and redundant.
Right. Is Malcolm Brogdon a difference maker? Indy is about to blow it up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a guy I sign up for every day and twice on Sunday. Absolutely. You get him, I'm happy. But don't go get no Jalen Brunson. Don't do that. Don't do that. And then they're trying to prop him up like he's no.
Or you like you said, you play out this season and you just live with the result, and you sign Sexton on the cheap. He's injured. You maybe you can get Sexton on a cheaper deal with Garland balling out.
Well, I talked about Sexton too. I love him. I love the kid. I love him. I can't front. He's a big time player. He's somebody who wouldn't be afraid of the bright lights. And that's another thing you got to examine when you bring in players here. You got to think about, can they handle the media? Can they handle this market? Can they handle this stage? We know how he plays against Brooklyn. He's not afraid of the crosstown rival. You know what I mean? And every team that he faces, that guy plays with a big chip on his shoulder, man. And he's only going to get better. And he's young. I would sign up for Sexton in a heartbeat. I would sign up for him in a heartbeat. And it was something else I was thinking about when you was talking, man. You look at what the Knicks. This is another indictment on the front office, man. Fred Van Vliet. We could have had him. We didn't want to pay the money.
Yeah,
dude, it's you got to spend money. You can't win cheap. Teams that try to go cheap, they don't go anywhere. But back to the lottery.
Yep.
Come on, man. And it's unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable.
Like you said, we keep getting in the dudes that are 3 years too late. Kemba Walker's too late. Amari was too late. It's about time to prioritize a dude that hasn't reached their peak yet, or get that dude who's absolutely in their peak. And I got to have my eye on Donovan Mitchell. Right, we know he's not staying in Utah. He should be the target. Now
the only problem with Donovan Mitchell though is he basically plays the position that RJ plays. Because let's think about it. The trajectory of what we're looking at. You get a Cam Reddish who's a small forward, RJ who's your shooting guard. Donovan Mitchell is a shooting guard. So that so you can see what the problem is with that one. You know what I mean? But it's no mistaking a talent like him is, and another hometown guy, man, is no mistaking. That's all I got to say. He's a monster. And when I look at his game, all I see is D Wade 2.0.
Yep. He'd get us to where we need to go. And his father works for the New York Mets. There's always going to be links, Ron, with him. Till the day he retires. I think he'd love to come home.
Absolutely.
At some point.
Absolutely. But yeah, man, when you look at the trajectory, the long-term prognosis for this team, this season it doesn't look good. Because if it's one thing that we've been on a roller coaster all season long. We were on the roller coaster last year too, until that midway point. So we used to being on the roller coaster. We're not used to stability. And until they make their mind up and say, hey, we're gonna go young. I'm telling you right now today, and people they say, well, in New York, the fans are impatient. No, it ain't the fans being impatient. It's the front office. And I think you said that, CT, one night, that it ain't the fans that are impatient. It's the front office. Because whatever the front office do, we as fans, we're gonna have to accept it because we're Knicks fans. Eventually, we would accept it. You know, just commit to what you're gonna do. If the Knicks come out today and said, we're going young, and it's clear we're going to be sellers at the trade deadline, I don't think the majority of the fan base would be mad, because anybody that's a true fan of this New York Knicks franchise and been watching what we've been watching, we know that what we got going on right now is not going to get us there.
Yep.
So stop trying to put a Band-Aid on the situation, man.
Absolutely.
Stop trying to do the quick fix and just let this thing cook, man. I'm at that point, man. I'd rather let this thing cook the right way. And you look at all these teams that's being successful. What has these teams been doing, man? You look at Cleveland, who you brought up. Young players. That team is not a team of old players. And Brooklyn helped them out a little bit too. We're giving them the guys they gave them. But you look at that team, that's a young team, and a lot of their players, in-house players. Garland, Sexton, Mobley. Who else? There's some other guys on that team that was just in-house guys.
Garland, Jetty Osman.
So it can be done. When they say, "Oh, you can't think like a small market team," I hate that phrase. Get that out of here. You know what those small market teams are doing? They're building their teams the right way. What they're doing is building their team the right way. They're not cheating the system, trying to skip steps. And of course, we can say we know it's because players don't want to go to those small market teams, but they do things the right way. It's these large markets that try to skip. You know what I mean? Build the thing the right way, man. That's all I ask, man. Stop doing this quick fix, man. We at that point. And we deserve better as a Knicks fan base. And the one thing I know about young players that you will never have to question, young players going to play hard for you. Young players going to play hard for you. They're not going to be sitting there going through the motions. So there is where it is with that, man. Yeah, Okoro is another one. In-house guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Difference makers.
It's unbelievable, man, that we have had this situation in New York, man. It's unbelievable.
It has. Like, it just baffles me that 25 years just lost. Like, forget about the Pat and the Starks and all those years. You know, we were in there. We were contending. But where has the last 25 years been? You know, it's been lost years, right? A quarter of a century.
It's been a waste.
Yeah, and if something ain't working, shouldn't you just try the opposite, like George Costanza? You know.
And you know the thing is too, and the owner get a lot of heat for it. You know, they give the owner a lot of heat for it, but I'm pretty sure if you have a guy come in and tell him, say, hey, this is how we're gonna build this team. This is what we're gonna do. And you show this guy all the years of failure and all the money that he had to pay for these failed projects that have been the same thing, I'm pretty sure he'll sign off on it. He'll sign off on it. Because you have to do things the right way. And that's why we're losing, man. That's why we've been losing. Is because we're doing things the wrong way, man. And when you got a coach that's at the end of their career, then at the front, this is what you're going to get. And that's the problem. You got a coach that's trying to win a championship before it's all said and done. Yeah, you can't have it both ways, man. You got to pick a side.
He's trying to sail off into the sunset with that elusive chip, but we're nowhere close to it, to be honest with you. He's going to have to coach till he's 68 at least till we're there, you know.
My man IQJ in the chat says, we have complained about not having a point guard, but would rather give minutes to a super washed up Kimba than allow our defensive rookie point to play. Laugh out loud. Only the Knicks, I swear. And hey, I gotta agree with IQJ, man, and not washed up in the terms of washed up can't play. It's just body fail. And you know what I mean? That's the problem with Kimba. You know, so I'll clarify my stance on that when it comes to Kimba. You know, it ain't about his game. It's about the injuries. His body can't contain it. I mean, at this point is showing. There's a reason why Boston moved on from him.
Yeah, OKC. That's what I said. For people saying we're doing Kemba some type of way or doing him dirty, no, that's the people who had expectations. We signed a dude that was bought out for $8 million. That's a flyer to me. That's not coming in with expectations.
Yeah, and that's a good point too. And that's a good comment that you brought up on that screen too about if the Knicks interested in Zion, Tibbs would kill him.
He's gonna need some new knees.
Oh man, hey, I haven't been laughing much, man, these past days, man. Everybody who knows the situation, man, knows I lost mom, man, on January the 6th. You know what I mean? So it ain't been too many smiling days for your boy. But man, it feel good now to try to, get some smiles in, man. And that, hey, you made my night with that one, Kanal. You know what I mean? You definitely made my day with that one, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you bring up a good point, Ron. Isn't Deuce a Tibbs type of player? Like if Tom Thibodeau stands for any type of player, why isn't he the one that didn't he push for him to get drafted?
Yeah, and you're not starting him.
Or is Tom at loggerheads with Leon about Kemba just till this trade deadline, and then he wants Kemba out of here?
Well, I tell you this, we know the writing was on the wall when they brought Kemba here. They started putting him making him trying to look like he's the face of the franchise. Up there having billboards with him when Julius was just your guy. Oh, you can't make this stuff up, man. You can't make it up, CT. You can't make it up. You know what I mean? And so when you look at that, then Tom puts him on the bench, and he was stuck glued to the bench. If it wasn't for COVID and injuries, Kimba wouldn't have seen the floor again. You know what I mean? It's obvious there's a disconnect between him and the front office. It's obvious. It's obvious.
There's a disconnect between Kemba and what he thinks his body is capable of now, I think.
I don't even think on Kemba's part, because, as you listen to him now, he says things to the point that, it just depends on how he feels. So he knows, one thing about your body and Father Time is undefeated. And when you have certain injuries, it's just one of those injuries. Arthritis, it doesn't get better. It only gets worse.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And he's at a point where, unfortunately, his body's quitting on him. You think about how long he's been playing the game of basketball. That's a lot of wear and tear. Now, I'm not even talking professionally. I'm talking before he even made it. All the years that he spent on the hard concrete jungle in New York City playing ball. What I mean? People don't even equate that in there. So it is what it is, man. And them knees, man. Once your knees start acting up as an athlete, it's a wrap.
And then you got Tom Thibodeau coaching him. The dude sat 9 games, right? And then he played him 40 minutes.
Oh, my goodness.
The first game back.
Coaching malpractice 101.
When he got Eastern Player of the Week, he's like, I'm going to show you. I'm going to play you into the ground and get you Eastern Conference Player of the Week. And then you got to sit out 9 games again.
It's sad. It's sad, man. It's sad. It was a reason why that guy wasn't playing back to back in Boston. There's a reason why he wasn't doing that. And now we see. Because I thought Kemba was going to have knee surgery. When he first went out, when after all those minutes logged and it was like he was out of there, I was like, uh-oh.
I mean, the dudes can't even play back-to-backs now, and he sat out like 4, 5, 6 games. Like, I don't even think we could get a second-round pick, to be honest with you, Ron. I think he's going to get bought out.
Yeah, I think that's where it's headed at because, again, availability is everything in sports, man. As your ability is everything in sports, and that contract for his skill set, it's a great contract. But the fact that he can't get on the court makes that contract bad.
Yeah, and the fight in him gave my respect to be able to put up 44 points or whatever it was, like, on those knees, like that's a player's heart and ability trying to will over their body at the moment.
Yeah, man, it is, and that's why I wish they would just let Deuce McBride come in there and he'd be the first guy to play that point guard position. You know what I mean? Just go ahead with the young fella, man. And the thing is both those guys were projected early on to be first round picks. It was just that this draft was just so stacked that him and Grimes both fell the way they fell. But in any other draft, them guys would have been first round picks.
No doubt. So you got confidence in that in the front office to draft, right? Walt Perrin.
Absolutely, absolutely. I don't question them draft move. Even getting Obi Toppin, because nobody expected Julius Randle to be what Julius Randle is. You won't see the full value of an Obi Toppin until this team gets out of first gear and start running in fifth gear. You know what I mean? You won't see his full value because we're playing at a slow pace, but you got a guy that's a Ferrari and you're driving him in first gear. That the guy loves to fly, loves to run.
Yeah.
Guy will be sitting in the corner in timeout.
One thing that tells me, Ron, they're on the right track too. They were trying to move up to get Chris Duarte. That was their target, and he's looking good.
Oh yeah, good. And that's the one thing that I wish they could figure out a way to do it, but they need to find a way to be more discreet with the players that they bring in when they're looking at draft picks, because you best believe everybody in the league knows who Walt Perrin is. So if Walt Perrin, they start making reports that, the New York Knicks brought this player in and they're working him out, other teams looking at that and they're getting that intel and they're going to bring those guys in. If they, it's no secret. I think that's the worst thing is when they leak these information out of who the Knicks are looking at. When you got a guy with a proven track record like Walt Perrin, because he was the guy who's responsible not only for Kevin Durant, but James Harden and Russell Westbrook, 3 future Hall of Famers, and Reggie Jackson.
And so, Donovan.
It's crazy. It's crazy to me how they let that stuff get out. If I was them, I would not even make any information available to the media about who the Knicks bringing in. Bring them in through the tunnel. Bring them in from the underground. Do not let it be known who the Knicks are working out. Do not let it be known. I don't like that. I wish the league would get away from that, because that's the one thing I like about in the NFL. When the NFL draft comes around, you don't hear all that talk about who these teams have been working out. No. You know what I mean? You don't hear that. The only thing you hear about is when these guys are in the top 5 picks. Like, okay, this team that needs a quarterback, they was looking at this player. But for all that other stuff that be going, you don't hear none of that. They need to find a way to rein that in, and not even if on the NBA level, but as an organization level, to make sure they're tight-lipped about who they're bringing in. Because with a guy like Walt Perrin and his reputation, you best believe if teams hear that he's looking at a player, they're going to try to beat you to the punch if they have a problem at that same position.
You know what it is? It's the player's agent trying to get their client recruited higher. So they keep leaking photos. I'm wearing a Lakers top. I worked out for them. I'm wearing an Indy top. I worked out for them yesterday.
I don't like it. I really don't like it. It really has hampered the Knicks in more ways than one. And not just with the Duarte situation. You can go all the way back to Steph Curry. That was the same situation.
One pick, they refused to move up one selection, thought he was going to fall. I mean, you can't make this stuff up,
But, yeah, man, and y'all know my saying, man. We can't get attached to players, and the only thing I get attached to is progress. And if you're in a way of progress, we got to detach you from the team, and that goes for anybody in the front office, and that goes for coaches too.
Yep. We're attracted to winning, right? I'm not attracted.
That's all I'm attracted to, man. Hey, like Al Davis would say, late Al Davis, just win, baby. That's all I'm attracted to, winning.
Yeah. All I do is win, win, win. Like San Antonio, Golden State. I mean, how did Golden State rebuild quicker than we can and have another era? It's
You
like,
think about it. You think about it. Remember, I just talked about the fact that they were able to keep stuff tight-lipped. When you look at what Golden State did, it's really remarkable that that team became what it became. Because I didn't hear really much about who they were targeting. Even when they got Steph Curry, I was shocked by that year that they went and got him.
yep.
You know what I mean? But of course, with New York, you got so much media. You know, the media capital. You know, they're paying guys, they're putting guys in trench coat looking like Inspector Gadget walking around, and they're leaking information back to get the story out, to get the Knicks looking at this player, the Knicks looking at, hey man, they got to figure out a way, man. They got to figure out a way to keep that stuff in house, man.
That they do, you know, like that's a lot of people in the chat too say New York City. It makes it harder for us to win. The media, the spotlight, everything's
Mm-hmm.
against us, right? Even agents, I heard, don't want to do us a favor, and they work against us because the Knicks envy, you know. And James Dolan, some people, you know, want to stick it to James Dolan so that they, you know, we're facing all this. The refs, you know, the refs getting their feelings against us.
And to the refs, you know, defending the refs, when you got players that constantly whining and crying, you get tired of hearing that,
Yeah.
and you're gonna ignore. It's just like having kids, man. It's just like having kids. You got that one kid. The only thing they do is complain about everything. Complain about the dinner plate they're getting every night. You're gonna eventually start tuning that stuff out, and that's what I feel is gonna happen with the New York Knicks, and has been happening really when you think about it. Julius Randle cries too much. He cries too
Yeah.
much, and it's trickling down into the rest of the players too. I mean, look at RJ got a tech. RJ, really? Come on, man.
The coach too. The coach argues every single thing.
Yeah, that's all he does is cry. You
Yeah,
used to look at him on the sideline, man.
again,
He constantly looking like he's not happy. Everything the refs do, he's not happy. And leave them guys alone. Them guys make a decision that, hey, it is what it is, man. You know
I
what I
think
mean?
I
Sometimes
think
you can
what's
be
going to
your
happen
own
is
worst enemy, man.
Tibbs's frustrations is going to wear off on the players because there's a timeline for Tibbs's past, right? They say the year one is that he'll overachieve for you. Year two, he'll start to wear people out.
Yep.
The message starts, and then the third year it blows up.
Yeah,
So
absolutely, man. You look at that's why I say he's a good table setter, but he ain't the person that's gonna get you to the finish line. Every place he's been a good table setter, setting your foundation, but he is not the guy that's gonna take you over the top. And at some point, there's enough evidence that you see that's who the person is. We gotta accept people for who they are. When they
yeah,
show you who they are, you gotta accept it and stop thinking that they can change. Because some people just won't change. They just won't. You know, there's
facts.
a saying you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Yeah,
There's a reason why they came up with that
yeah.
saying.
A leopard don't change its spots.
Yeah, there's a reason why they came up with those sayings, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, man. Tibbs is it's time to move on from Tibbs, man. And that won't be the worst thing that happened to the New York Knicks. You know, and you'll have people say, "Oh, you can't get rid of a guy who won Coach of the Year for you and made you relevant."
It wasn't Dwayne Casey fired after winning
Exactly.
coach of the.
Exactly. And doing more, might I add, with that Toronto team than what Tibbs did with us. You know, Toronto was getting to the second round with him every year, I think,
Yeah,
just about. We can't
that's
get
the
out of the
thing.
first round.
They saw him as a table setter, but they saw him as not being the guy to take them to that next step.
Exactly. The table setter, but can't finish. You know what I mean? He couldn't finish the deal. And that's exactly what we got with Tibbs, man. If you look at Minnesota's situation, they got better after they move on from him. Chicago, they had a hiccup for a long time after they got rid of him. But I mean, he was getting them there. with them D-Rose days, but he couldn't get over the hump. And
Yeah.
people say, well, he had that super team to deal with in Miami. It is what it is. He still couldn't get over the hump. He didn't do it in Minnesota, and now you see the same thing here in New York.
And like going back to your namesake, Cleveland, right? They've been able to follow the blueprint and overtake us quicker than after losing LeBron. They've rebuilt to being better than us instantly, by stacking generational talent.
Yep,
And
drafting well, and allowing the young guys to play. That's the key. Draft young guys and allow them to play when you're not going anywhere. And the problem with us, we think we're going somewhere when we ain't. And we
yeah,
don't allow our young guys to play. What we do is we get the young guys and let other teams see our young guys, and then guess what? They go elsewhere and they start developing their game. Because speaking of Mr. Kevin Knox, didn't he have a pretty good solid performance against Jimmy Butler the other night?
Yeah, from what I saw, I think he got some shine. But,
you can't make this up.
Hey, everyone knows he had talent.
He
was just buried on a.
Yep. And everybody knows I gave Kevin Knox the business, but hey, it's malpractice all the way around with that kid, man. Unfortunate.
We have a Cavs fan up in here. Salute King Sky. Hey, salute to the organization. Kobe Altman, and doing some moves out there for Cleveland. Signing vets, the right vets. Man, that Fizdale, Ron, the Fizdale era set us back so much. Signing Portis, Mook Morris, all of that.
It set us back in one regards that I will always look back on, and it just like it was a shame. I'll go back to that Kevin Knox situation. Severely mismanaged. It's unbelievable what he did to that kid. But shout out to Kevin Knox. I hope he have a good career. Just not when you play the Knicks. You know what I mean? Hey, I hope you have a good career. Just not when you play us. You know what I mean? But I suspect he will have one of those games against the Knicks, because every player, for the most part, that leaves the New York Knicks seem to have that game where they either hit the shot to beat a shot, or they have that game of a lifetime. It always happens, man. It always happens.
Yeah, it's bound to happen. The revenge game,
and then you can imagine the papers. Another guy the Knicks had that they let get out of town.
Yeah, but I'm glad we moved that Charlotte pick, though. That wasn't worth much.
That wasn't going to be nothing.
That showed me they're able to consolidate assets the right way. Move Kevin Knox and at least get something for him.
Yeah, and I'm not hating that move, because I tell you what, Cam Reddish, I'm happy with that move, because I look at that move as a move to something else. And since we on that, somebody brought up the thing about Zion. I think personally, looking at Zion, the kid is from South Carolina, where I'm at. You know what I mean? And my nephew has a little insight on him, because my nephew was up in that area around where he was at when he was in college. You know what I mean? And I'll say this about Zion, and you just looking at him, I think he's lost a little bit of his love for the game, man. Not saying that he don't love the game, but that situation in New Orleans is toxic. That situation is toxic, man. When you think about what they did with him, it's front office mismanagement too, because you had Alvin Gentry there, who he liked as a coach. You move on from Alvin Gentry, and it wasn't really a need to do that, because that team was playing good basketball under Alvin Gentry. Not only that, you got rid of players that he liked playing with. You got rid of JJ Redick, and you got rid of Lonzo. Two guys he advocated for wanting to stay there. And then on top of that, the front office move. He's now been under what, 2 or 3? front office guys since he's been there, and about 3 coaches.
Yep.
3 coaches in 3 years. Who that sound like? A guy we had, a superstar we had that we lost.
Yep.
You think about Porzingis. Porzingis had who was Porzingis' first coach that we had? Seemed like that was so long ago.
I think it was Hornacek or Fisher.
Yeah, Derek Fisher. Then he had Hornacek.
Then
then
Rambus.
then he had Fizdale. And then he was out the door. So
and
you look
Rambus.
at Zion's situation, the same situation. And the thing is, everybody know that Zion wasn't happy with going to New Orleans in the first place. That's why they got him out of that area when when the reveal came out that New Orleans was getting that number 1 pick. He wasn't happy about that. He knew he was coming to New York. And from rumor has it that he even had New York gear that he thought he was coming. So when I look at that, I'm like, okay, and you have an opportunity now. That guy ain't a fool. These guys talk. We know that. Him and RJ is very close. Him and Cam Reddish. And you got 2 or 3 of the guys that played together in college. Come on, man. That is a no-brainer what they're doing. And what Julius Randle did actually sped up the timeline for it, I believe. Because Zion is going to be the first player, like I said, to not sign that extension with their original team, not taking that max contract. He's going to be the first one.
Yep. Writing's on the wall, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And I think getting him to New York would rejuvenate him, and you would see him get back in shape playing with his guys, man. I think you would see. And then being in New Orleans, the cooking and the food is so good.
Gumbo.
and he's a guy from the Carolina like I am. And one thing I know about Carolina guys, man, we Geechees, man. We like a lot of rice. You know what I mean? We like a lot of starch.
You love New York pizza.
And New Orleans, their food is very similar to the type of foods we cook on the coast where I grew up at. Very similar. The only difference, CT, is in New Orleans, they use a lot of heat with their food. You know what I mean? Where I'm at, we don't do that. We don't use a lot of heat. You know, a lot of that hot cooking. You know what I mean? So Zion is basically right at home, and it's a bad situation for him, man. Shout out to Zion, man. Hope he get it together, man. Get that weight off, man. Get back in your game. Get back in your bag, because the dude is a bad man. When healthy, make no mistakes about it. Top 10, maybe even top 5 when healthy.
Oh, box office, you know.
Absolutely.
New York pizza deals, all.
Oh man, he had the keys to the city, man. He had the keys to the city. He was to come here, get back to himself. It's no secret what his who would be the man, who team it would be. It wouldn't even be a question. And another thing about him, the stuff that Julius Randle been pulling, he would not do that. He won't tell the crowd, you know what, to go do to yourself. You know, he won't pull that kind of stunt. He won't sit there and don't talk to the media for days, basically pouting because they telling you ain't playing good. They talking about your game. It was all good a week ago when you was MIP and everybody was writing and ramping and raving about you. You know what I mean? If you can accept accomplishments, you got to be able to accept criticism. That comes with being an athlete. It comes with it. And if you stay off Twitter and you stay off the internet, you wouldn't be hearing what people saying. You know what I mean? So that lets me know right there too. He's too sensitive, man. He's too sensitive to be in New York.
He is. You know, you see him arguing every call, pouting, saying that. I was dumbfounded that he said that to the crowd. I mean, to the press conference. You know, the beat writers ate that up.
Thumbs down, man. Are you serious? Your game is what was being a thumbs down.
I thought James Dolan was going to ship him out. You don't say that to the customers, right?
Exactly.
James Dolan is about the pain.
You messing up the money.
Yeah.
you messing up the money, man. You got to go, partner.
Did you see Zion's press conference?
Only New York, man. Only New York, man. And then they make it talking about, oh, the fans booing him. We boo when you're not playing good. You want somebody to tell you what you need, what you want to hear, CT, or you want them to tell you what you need to hear?
That he couldn't take the truth. He was missing free throws, getting texts.
Man, don't talk about the free throws. Because every time when he's at the free throw line, I told my son, because, when everything was going on with mom, when I was home, it was that Friday game. Mom passed on that Thursday, January 6th. And we had that Friday game against Boston. And we came back and we won that game. But I remember in that game, I told my son, I said, you know what? I said, watch Julius Randle. I said, I guarantee you he's going to miss one of these free throws. He ain't clutch at that free throw line. I said, you can see it on him. He sweats when he get to the free throw line. Breathing hard. You watch him, he's like trying to calm them butterfly nerves.
Oh man.
You know what I mean? And RJ with the bank shot heard around the world. You know what I mean? To win the game. And he had a terrible game that night. But it's time. It is clearly time that we got to move on from Julius, man. I appreciate what you did, Julius. Have a good career, just not when you face the Knicks. But your time, if I was you, I would not go buy no new home in the Hamptons. Because your time is the sands in the hourglass is about empty.
You know what happened though? You got the bag.
And I'm gonna tell you, all it's gonna take, CT. Wait till he have another one of them stinkers. Because it's coming back. It's coming back. Trust me. You are who you are. And what we've been seeing, and think about it. Let's think about this now. What he did this year in the early part of the season wasn't new. No. Even last season, before we took off, Julius Randle was having them games like that too. Remember all the spin? We talk about all the spin cycles he was doing, turning the ball over.
No handle Randle.
Yeah, they had those monikers out there about him. You know what I mean? So it's not nothing new. You know what I mean? It's not nothing new, man, with Randle, man. But Randle, hey, you want to win the city over? I think it's too late. I think he really messed himself up with that, man. Because one thing that I know about Knicks fans, we love people who play hard. We love players that give maximum effort. But if you ever do something against the fans, those fans, they don't forget it, man. They don't forget it. And they will let you hear it. And that's why I got to give much respect to Carmelo Anthony, man. Through all Carmelo Anthony went through, Carmelo Anthony never did any mess like that, man. Shout out to Melo.
Yep. No, he knew what's up, The fans, they're going to keep it real. They're going to tell you when you suck. They're going to tell you when you're balling. One thing that frustrates me, Ron, is he got paid. We always fall victim of paying someone, and then they turn into a pumpkin.
I gotta agree. There's a long list of them. You know what I mean? At my time of watching the Knicks, man. Yeah, you're right. They turn into a pumpkin. And he acted this, and this was the most disappointing thing I think for all Knicks fans when you look at what we've seen thus far at this team and what we expected. No one in their right mind would have thought coming into the season that Julius Randle and the New York Knicks would have struggled the way they did. Because I was of the mindset, CT, that when the way we lost in the playoffs, we were embarrassed. As a franchise, as a team, we were embarrassed. And you got knocked out on your home floor. I just knew, I said, man, I would not want to have to play the New York Knicks next season. Because that's going to be the fuel to drive them all season long. Well, I was wrong. They had the fuel, but it was for the first 6 games of the season. Yeah. When we got off to that 5-1 start.
Soft schedule.
We were steamrolling people. But, then we started seeing the lackadaisical effort out of our number one player. And you can't have it. You can't have it. Julius Randle played the incoming season as if the New York Knicks were the team that just won a championship.
And facts, no lie.
was not hungry. He played like we played like a team that had already accomplished the ultimate in sports. Like we won a chip.
That's what gets fans. If you ever want to annoy a fan, that's what we won't stand for that.
Exactly. And the same thing can be said for Atlanta too. Look how Atlanta's playing right now. I mean, think of the season they had. That team was close to going to the finals, and look how they look this season.
Yep.
And I know a lot of it got COVID to deal with in injuries, but still, the core of that team is together. It's the same team that they had from last year.
Yeah, my man's Trey is looking one-dimensional at this point.
The league changed the rules, and it looked like he hadn't fully adjusted.
He turned into a pumpkin when the rules changed. Also, who else who whines? Luca. He complains every call.
Yeah, and they talked about how he came in the season overweight, man. I don't understand it, man. These guys, I mean, you're a professional. You get paid to play the game of sports. That's your job, is to take care of your number one asset, which is your body. And for as much as, I'm not a LeBron fan, I'm a respect a ball players fan. When you got that game and you play the game the right way, you do what it takes to win. My hat's off to LeBron. That guy gets it. I mean, even at his age, still being able to dunk the way he can is really unheard of. There's only been a few guys I know at his age that can still fly like that. You know what I mean? And the amount of time and effort, that resources that he put into his body, making sure that he's in shape. You should never come into a season as a ball player in any of those sports and being out of shape.
Facts.
You don't have to go punch the clock on a 9 to 5 and sit at a desk. Your job is to be in the gym. How in the world these guys get out of shape? I'm mind boggled by it. I'm really mind boggled by it. All these guys, Zion included. How you get out of shape when all your job is to basically exercise, because that's what you're doing when you're running up and down the court all day. You exercise.
Laziness, money, comfort. I mean, these partners and family advisors, they're not holding them accountable. I'd be like, man, make the most of your career. You've only got 10, 12 years, if you're lucky, to, let's say,
shout out to my man, Knicks Gas, man. I see you in here, Knicks Gas. Shout out to you, man.
Yeah.
It says pumpkin. Pun Knicks.
Salute to the whole chat.
Yeah, man. Salute to the chat, man. Salute to him, man. But CTA, I'm going to give you probably about another 10 minutes, man. I saw you was on. I couldn't believe it. And, I mean, I'm a person who, I got insomnia. I really don't sleep like that anyway. Given the situation of what's going on with mom, it's been really rough, like I said, man. And, I mean, I went to sleep at about 11 and woke up at 2:30 and felt like I hadn't slept 8 hours. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's a constant for me. So when I saw that you were on, I said, oh, and you can tell the fan base, CT, you know what I mean? The chat, me and CT had a plan. Matter of fact, that Friday I was supposed to get on and do a pre-record with my man CT, but mom passed away that Thursday. So, I mean, this was going to be the first one-on-one that I did with anybody, and deservedly so, man. To my guy, man, much respect to you. I'm going to support you. You know that. Hey, I'm going back to the merch store because, like I said, I hate my B on the streets of buzzing got snagged. But, hey, things happen, man. So I'm going to have to go get me some more merch. And y'all support that, man. Make sure y'all go to the store, man. Go get your merch. Go get your merch.
Yeah,
man. So what else you want to talk about, partner?
I'm gonna send you one, but hey, the amount of love, man. People messaging me on every social media saying, "Hey, do you know where Ron's at? Where's Ron at? Tell him we miss him." This is going back months, and fans just want to hear your opinions. And hey, I'm gonna do this show. I usually go on late, so if you ever wake up, want to come on, yeah, there's always a seat for you.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I'll come in and support you, man. You my guy, man. As always, man. Whatever I can do to support you, man. I'll definitely check in. But like I said, man, for me, that decision to step away is all about balance, man. And, my
Yep.
spirituality is first and foremost, man. And, I saw that was getting off kilter and spending more time with the show. As you know, it's work. Make no mistakes about it. People get to see the finished product, but it's work between thumbnails and getting research information. When you're the only guy doing that and the production and everything, you the guy, it's a lot of work, man. And, with me, I'm one of them guys as I'm either in all the way or I'm not at all. I don't believe in doing anything halfway. I'm a maximum effort guy. So that's why, I chose to step away and, spending more time with the family and stuff, man. But being back in the shadows and being able to lend my voice, man, when I can from time to time is definitely something that I'll, do in the future. And make no mistakes about it. And I didn't get rid of none of that equipment I have neither. So that's a little hint.
Oh yeah,
who,
man.
who who knows? Who knows? I might scratch that itch again one day. But as of now, for the time being, I'm gonna be residing, just popping up, man, from time to time, and get in where I can fit in.
Yeah, I've been telling people we're just keeping the seat warm for you because this thing's going to go on chapters and chapters and chapters. This is just our generation. There's going to be a whole new generation come through.
Them young guys, man, them young fellas that used to come on the show, man.
Man,
the real young guys. What was their names,
we got
man?
so
Oh
many.
my
We got Hadouken out here. We got
Hadouken and we
Minty
had
Sports.
the Bro Post.
Yep.
The Bro Post and them young
Bro
fellas, man.
Post.
Hey, that for me was the highlight of everything, that went on with that show was to see them young, knowledgeable Knicks fan, man, and to see them doing that thing. So they're gonna be the future guys that's doing this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Because I don't pay too much attention to then. I don't pay much attention to them. You know what I mean? Because they regurgitate the same thing over and over all day, and they ain't giving us this kind of content where you can just plug in and listen to CT Live talk about the Knicks. You know what I mean? You're not gonna get that, or Blowing Tears, or Nothing But Knicks, or you know what I mean? Knicks Fan TV. You're not gonna just get that with them majors. You know what I mean? So hey, that's what I'm listening to. I ain't got time for that. You know what I mean? That garbage.
Hey, this is our space, and I'm gonna let people in on a hint. I'm gonna be doing a trade deadline specials with guests. I'm gonna be doing draft night. There's always a seat for you, and we don't need to be watching that other stuff. This is where you need to be to hear real Knicks talk, and all the platform. How many teams in the NBA got about? I can think of 30 different platforms.
Oh man, and it seems like there's one popping up every day, man, like gremlins.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's nobody else got it like this, man. Yeah. So we as Knicks fan, man, we are well taken care of in regards of these platforms, man. You got your content if you're into wanting to hear that Knicks talk. It ain't, like I say, it ain't no off season. When the regular season is over, we go to the business season. You know what I mean? They got to get rid of that off season slang because it ain't no such thing as off season. You know what I mean? When you're off, you're dead. You know what I mean?
I remember you coming in the suit, ready to ship people out. Hey,
yeah, man. It's the business
season. Hey, Ron, in our February 10, you're going to be up in here shipping some people out.
Oh yeah, we get the plan ready. I'll have my takes on who we need to fly out, but I didn't alluded to a couple of them. One of them, I know we probably definitely gonna have to wait till the end of the season to move in, being the coach. I don't see them making no end season unless this thing just turns terribly bad. I don't see Tibbs going this season, but I could see him going at the end of this season. I could see him going. I could really see that. Because clearly, and no knock to Tibbs, this isn't a roster that's made for him. It's not. He needs a veteran team. He needs a veteran team. That's what he needs, a win-now team. And the Knicks are not in win-now mode. So in my opinion, he's holding up our progress. We're in a developmental mode still.
Yep, absolutely right. I think all indications I'm hearing that the summer is when this team is going to make, big moves. This trade deadline, we might see what we're going to do, pull off a little small move or, you know, cure the log jam. But at the end of the day, the summer is going to be draft night. I think it's going to be huge. And just before you leave, Ron, let me ask you about one man we haven't talked about, Ben Simmons. He's got to end up somewhere.
You know what? Y'all know we talked about Ben Simmons when it first, was reported that they were going to move him. And, I still had the show at that time. And I gave y'all my opinion. I said I would not touch him at all. But, you have a chance to really look at stuff and evaluate what can a player bring to your team. And for me, I had to separate what I saw in Philly and what he could do with the Knicks. And I had to look at those two things separate of each other. When I look at the situation in Philly, he's not being utilized right. Mm-hmm. That offense does not fit him. Him and Embiid playing next to each other. Ben Simmons fits more in an up-tempo game. If you go back and you look at what made him great at LSU, that team got up and down the floor. It wasn't playing a basic half-court style of offense. And if you look at Philly is not an up-tempo team. So I translate that to this. I look at the New York Knicks. The Knicks is a team full of young players. And one guy in particular who would benefit the most from him would be an Obi Toppin.
Oh, yeah.
And Mitchell Robinson. And when I look at that, I say, okay, what could Ben Simmons, and not only that, his defense and on the perimeter. One could argue he's the best perimeter defender in the game. The guy can legitimately guard 1 through 4 and might even, in some cases, guard the 5 as well. So when I look at that, would I take a chance on him? Depending on what the price is. Depending on what the price is, I would look into getting him here because that definitely solves your point guard problem. You don't have any more point guard problems with a Ben Simmons. That's over.
He fits, I think.
And shooting is something that you can work on. Energy and effort is something that you can't fix. Lazy players tend to be lazy players when it comes to how they give maximum effort on the court. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But when you're talking about a skill set to be able to pass the ball, rebound, play defense, that is if that guy gets in the gym and works on his shot, he will be a problem. He will be a problem. And I think for him, a change of scenery would be great. New York, we know how New York can be, man. But if he come in here with the right attitude, willing to work, you know what I mean? And I think really right now he's probably wanting to play so bad, but it's just that he don't want to play for Philly anymore. And I can understand where he's coming from. That's a bad marriage. It is. It's not going to work. Him and Embiid does not fit.
Nah.
Embiid can't run up and down the court like that.
Yep.
And it's a case again, CT, when it comes to, having a Ferrari, but you got it in first gear. That's what you got in Ben Simmons when you come to that guy ability to get up and down the court, man. In the open court, I love his game. I love it. You know what I mean? So it remains to be seen, man. But if I'm the New York Knicks, I'm doing my due diligence on that. And if you can get him, like I said, man, hey, by all means, we still in the asset, acquiring situation. Talent acquisition, man. And the Knicks we can use some more talent, and especially at that point guard position. Like I said, you get that point, you get him at point, your problem solved. Because the thing is that I look with him is, well, he might not be able to shoot that well, but guess what he can do? He can get to the basket and finish. He can finish.
Indeed.
He can finish at the basket. You know who his game is very similar to? When you think about it, is very comparable to Giannis.
Yes.
It's very comparable. Giannis couldn't shoot at first when he came in the league, but he worked on it. Ben Simmons just haven't showed that he's willing to work on it. And that's my only fear about him. But when you look at his ability to get downhill, score around the basket, finish, pass the ball, rebound, and play defense, that's Antetokounmpo. That's Giannis's game.
Yep. Even Zion, somewhat.
Yeah, yeah.
Could you
So hey,
imagine? Can you imagine if Zion's at the 4, Simmons at the 3, RJ at the 2,
whew.
and
And then you can have a scoring point guard that just plays off of Ben Simmons in the open court as they're running.
stay tuned because that deal's not done, and there's going to be a lot. Leon Rose, Worldwide West. They're not here. They're not here to look pretty.
Nah, they weren't brought in here to look pretty, like you said. And one thing we know about Leon Rose, that guy, he was a super agent, man. And that agency he worked for was voted as tops more than once. You know what I mean? So he's not liking what he's seeing. So I'm going to continue to be patient to a degree. And when I say patient to a degree, I'm not going to be patient when it comes to questioning players' effort and stuff and all that. I'm not patient with that. Either you play with maximum effort or you get off the team. And I'm at that point with Randall, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm just not that guy for Randall, man. I can't agree with what I'm seeing out of him. He has to go. Tom Thibodeau has to go, and that's where I stand on that. That's where I stand on that, and I'm not going to change off of that. I'm not going to let a few games, a few wins, cloud my eyesight of what I've been seeing all along. Because if you give me enough evidence into who you are, I got to trust and believe that's who you are. You know what I mean? So, hey, CT, appreciate you, man. The streets are buzzing. Hey. You know what I mean? Shout out to you, man. Keep doing your thing. And we're going to continue to talk about it. Peace, man. Y'all be good, man.
Peace, Ron.
Yes, sir.
Later.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Sleep well.
Absolutely, man.
Let's get it soon. Hey, chat, ladies and gents, what a treat. Unexpected Ron Cleveland, the one, the only man, showing love. And on that note, been a great show. New York Knicks flown into Cleveland on a back-to-back. Let's see what happens. But hey, the chat's been awesome tonight, showing love on the money, the fire, the interaction, the passion. And let's get it on the next one. A salute to you. And I'll see you on the next one. Peace.